Hello, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon session of today's council meeting. First one of the year, by the way. So Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. Woo! We're getting old. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to pass it to Clementine to do roll call and share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Resch.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Present.
Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices muted to prevent audio interference. Consistent with the First Amendment and the Brown Act, individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, which includes the right to criticize or support city policies or actions. The city encourages your uninhibited and robust feedback on public issues affecting the city, and we thank you for participating.
Awesome. Thank you, Clementine. And with that, we're going to roll right into general public comment. So for folks that may not be aware, I'm going to share a little bit how the public comment period works. What we do is at the beginning of the public comment period, we identify the individuals that want to speak during that public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close it off and then only those folks can speak. So I'm going to start on Zoom. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on general public comment, this is for items that are not on today's agenda. So if anybody has any business they want to talk about with the city, this is the opportunity to do so. So I see one taker. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, we'll go ahead and close it off to that one individual in the chamber. And then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Let's see. Is it on? Yep.
We're
Okay.
on.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year. I forgot this was the first in the new year. I'm Gina Sessions, a current resident of Monterey. Prior to retirement, I spent many years as Deputy Director of Social Services in Santa Clara County, overseeing multiple millions of dollars of contracts as the Social Services Agency Deputy Director. In addition, I was there during the Great Recession, and so I'm extremely familiar with the painful and necessary actions that occur in government when money becomes slim. So thank you for the opportunities to make a direct request to you all. I asked the city to deliver to the NCIP a more detailed accounting of NCIP funds. I have requested it directly to the city NCIP leadership and committee in writing and in person at different times. This moment in NCIP history is a critical test of how transparency regarding funding use is assured and how targets for freezing are identified. Specifically, my requests are, and I do thank the city finance staff for providing some budget in one of our last meetings. However, in addition, NCIP should be provided a budget breakdown separately for 1, active projects, 2, inactive projects, 3, the 25-26 available funding for projects, and lastly, the 2026-27 project funding that I understand has been accruing since the beginning of the year. These are my understandings based on being at nearly every meeting regarding this subject. So excuse me if I have anything wrong. Each portion of that should include the total funds, the funds expended, and accrued interest over time for the funds that have not been, and for the 2026-27 funding that has been accruing. Each portion, NCIP should make recommendations with the most complete financial information available. Secondly, I suggest that decisions on freezing should be made through the application of strategically driven criteria, specifically safety, security, and accessibility. Using value-based and transparent criteria soften the impact of decisions made this year or in the freezer, quote unquote, for years to come. It's an unfortunate time for all, and harm reduction seems important. Thank you for that.
Gina, can I ask if you could email those to the council, your comments? Is that something that you can email to the council, your comments? Can you email those comments that you just shared to the council? Perfect. All right. No worries. No worries. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming and sharing public comment with us today.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is consent. I haven't been told of any items to be pulled. I'm not sure if there's any updates from staff on this one. Anybody on the council wish to pull an item on the consent agenda? All right, not seeing any. We'll go ahead and open up for public comment on the consent agenda items. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on consent items? All right, not seeing any. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Make a motion that we approve of the afternoon session of consent.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we're going to move on to our public hearing. Item number 9 on the agenda is a resolution to modify the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District Management District Plan to add the city of Sand City to the district. It's been recommended to table this item. Is there a motion to table? Council?
I'll
Anybody?
make a motion that we table the item.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll pass it to Lou real quick. I'm not sure if staff has any comments on this one.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Good evening. We did have some noticing issues working with C Monterey, and we want to ensure that we have a legally robust improvement district. So we'll be bringing back a notice of intent on the 28th, working closely with them, and we hope to have the district in place and operating by early April.
Awesome. And shame on me for like just rolling into the council meeting and not like really introducing the public to Lou, who is filling in as our interim city manager. So apologies for that, Lou. But Lou has extensive experience with the County of Monterey. He's the county administrator for many years, since has retired and has offered to come back as our interim as we're celebrating Hans's retirement and looking forward to the installation of a new city manager. And so I'll pass it back to you real quick, Lou, if you have any additional thoughts, comments you want to share with the public.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like your council and the community to know that it's a privilege to serve this wonderful city of Monterey. And it's just, a personal honor for me, being a longtime resident and having the privilege of being county administrator. So now I get to.
Absolutely. And I think it might warm some people to the fact that you are also a resident over this period of time. Really appreciate it. And it's been a pleasure working with you so far. So, all right, with that, we have a motion on the table. Please.
Can I amend the motion the way we're making the motion? The motion is to table the item for pending future date because of what the interim city manager has indicated. So if we could just, instead of just tabling it, the reason is that we're tabling it, waiting for additional information to come back, and we'll see it in a future date, not too far in the distance.
Who did you have as the second? Because it was me.
Councilmember Garcia.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. You're good with
Second.
that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the council this time? Me too, but it's okay. I'm not going to ask questions. I'm just going to. Okay, that's what I was thinking. We'll go ahead and open up for public comments on item number 9, which is going to be tabled based off of the motion. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item?
I see one hand.
We have one taker in the back. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close it off to the one speaker in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody on Zoom. So this is specifically regarding the Monterey County Tourism and Improvement District.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you for your moment.
Absolutely.
My name is Laurel Whiteley. I'm the Area Director of Sales for a hospitality company here in Monterey. And I'm here on behalf of our ownership just to get some clarification on this particular item. Obviously, it's been tabled for additional information for my ability to report back. What are we waiting for? What additional information is needed for the reason to table this today? Thank you.
What we'll do is we'll take your public comment. We'll close the public comment period and then we'll have
Okay,
staff
thank
answer
you.
your question. Absolutely. Okay. And that's our only speaker. We'll go ahead and close public comment and I'll pass it to staff if they have any response to that.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Basically, a series of public notices and hearings are required to expand the Tourism Improvement District. And unfortunately, some of those steps were not properly taken. So we're going to begin that process again, but we're going to move rapidly. We're going to make sure that there's close coordination between the city staff and C Monterey's consultant. And we hope to have the district in place by early April.
Awesome. Thank you, Lou. All right. Any other comments from council on the motion?
Just one comment.
Please.
If the speaker here still is needing some additional information,
Sorry. I don't know how that happened. That was a good.
if you need any additional information, feel free to send any one of the council members an email and we'll route you to the appropriate place. C Monterey has been leading this as well. They can also answer. So you're not left in the dark. It's just that noticing, as the city managers indicated, it's the noticing. So feel free to follow up if you still need additional information.
Okay. And with that, we will go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move on to item 10, adopt proposed draft findings and declare an intent to consider overruling the Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission's consistency determination for appeal application AP-25-0236, use permit application UP-25-0013 for a daycare general use at 2400 Garden Road. Appellant is Henry Runke, Wald, Runke and Dost Architects LLP, property owner WR Mont LLC, and directing that notice be provided by the Airport Land Use Commission and the California Department of Transportation Division of Aeronautics. And with that, I will pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Thank you. And it is Levi, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I'm still getting to know the folks here. So Mr. Levi Hill will go ahead and present this item, and I believe it's been before your council many times before, and he'll give you an update.
Great. Thank you, Lou. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Levi Hill, Planning Manager for the city. I'll be giving a brief refresher on this item, how we got here, and what's being asked of the council today. So as a recap, the project before you proposes the conversion of an existing office building located at 2400 Garden Road into a Montessori-based daycare facility that is intended to serve children aged 6 weeks to 6 years. The subject site is approximately 32,000 square feet and is developed, as I noted earlier, a existing office building with an associated surface parking lot. The proposed daycare would include a maximum enrollment of 104 children. It also proposes minor improvements to the project site. The proposed hours of operation would be from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. As you may remember, this project was previously considered at the November 4th City Council meeting on appeal. The Planning Commission had previously denied the project at its September 2025 meeting, citing concerns pertaining to the inconsistency determination of the Airport Land Use Commission that happened months earlier. As a result of that decision, an appeal was filed by the applicant. Following that public hearing at the November 4th City Council meeting, the council directed staff to return with a resolution and draft findings to initiate the ALUC overrule process as stipulated by the Public Utilities Code. The required findings have been included in your agenda packet as attachment 1. And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the attached resolution and draft findings declaring an intent to overrule the Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission's consistency determination for the project located at 2400 Garden Road, and also directing that notice of the proposed decision and findings be provided to the ALUC and California Department of Transportation Division of Aeronautics. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Levi, for the presentation. Any questions from the council? No question, please.
Thank you, Levi. So just to confirm, nothing has changed in any that has been brought to council before, except for the only thing that's new is the the new finding from ALUC, right?
So nothing's changed as far as the project scope is concerned or any of the operational details. All remains the same since the November 4th meeting of last year. Only thing that's changed is now that we have included draft findings for that overall determination to be provided to the ALUC and the Caltrans Division of Aeronautics that would start and initiate that overall process. Of course.
Right, please.
So we haven't any awareness of any type of parents or anybody in that vicinity talking about any type of concerns since the November 4th?
None that have been relayed to staff.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a statement. The way you asked your question, I think is a good question, but I wanted to make sure we were realizing this is our findings that we're giving to the airport land use. Yeah. And so for the public's information, these findings contained in the agenda are what this council directed staff to deliver.
That is correct.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that we're clear on who we're sending this document to and who it's from. It's
Yes.
from us to the airport land use.
That's correct, to initiate that overall process.
Thanks for
And
that.
Caltrans as well. Yes.
Correct.
Thanks for the clarification on that, Ed. Any other questions at this point? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Anybody? All right, not seeing any takers. Okay.
Let you know the applicant's here.
Sorry. Okay. If there's opportunity, because I think the only opportunity at this point would be public comment. So if the applicant or anybody else wants to speak, this would be the time to do so. So just offer one more time for folks if they want to speak during public comment. You can identify yourself now. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close it in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take that caller.
We have a telephone caller who can go ahead and speak.
This is Nina Beatty. I was unable to comment at previous hearings, and I was very startled to find out that the council had asked for this denial to be overruled. I really have a problem with people that don't do their homework. The area that this school is proposed is filled with cell towers, TV transmitters, airport microwave, and utility communication microwave towers, including the 5G antennas that were approved by the Planning Commission at nearby Shoreline Church. As anyone who studied the research knows, there are cancer clusters within the 3rd mile of cell towers. Barry Trower, who was with the UK government in their microwave radiation weapon division, he called exposure to this sort of radiation a new thalidomide for children because of the damage it does to their reproductive organs. Thousands of studies show harm from microwave radiation exposure. This school, Montessori schools, are wonderful schools, but the location of them at such a toxic area, such a site that is just filled with microwave radiation, instead of a place like Carmel Valley, where there's much less exposure for children, it's just not safe. Cancers and tumors, heart problems, DNA damage, neurological problems, altering brain waves, strokes, breaches in the blood-brain barrier, oxidative stress, free radical formation, decreased immune function, migraines, seizures, dizziness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are so many health problems related to microwave exposure, and children are most at risk because their systems are developing. They have thinner, softer bones and thinner, softer craniums, and this radiation goes into their eyes and brain so much more. So I'm just appalled that the environment that this school was planned for was not properly evaluated with an eye to, is it safe for children? And the answer is no, it is not safe for children. I protested the Shoreline Church's 5G antennas because they have a daycare center on site. Again, not safe for children. So I am surprised that the council has gone along with this proposal. The airport board got it right. The Planning Commission got it right. This should be denied. And I completely oppose this project at this site. At a safe site for children, great, but this is not safe for children. Good night.
All right, with that, we'll go and close public comment. I will quickly respond to Ms. Beatty in that the city of Monterey is following all state and federal laws as it relates to small cell wireless facilities. Further, the city has had extensive public comment period to draft our own small cell wireless facility ordinance, which I believe Ms. Beatty has participated in extensively. So I know that it may not meet all the expectations that some of our residents want and demand, but we're following the rules set in a very open and democratic process. The last point that I would make is that what is in front of us today isn't about small cell wireless facilities. We're making a determination in regards to the land uses decision, the airport land uses decision to stop them from moving forward for reasons unrelated to small cell wireless facilities. So with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the recommendation.
Second.
Is there any other discussion on this topic? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we will move on to item number 11, first reading of ordinance amending chapter 31 of Monterey City Code to add a 5-foot spacing requirement between temporary. With that, I'll pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Mayor, council members, Ms. Cole from Community Development will present this item this afternoon. And we've also received some public comment by email, which should be available to you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just in terms of background, in November of last year, the city council agendized a discussion regarding the regulation of temporary signs. And so this work item comes directly from the city council at the end of last year. And the primary concern outlined with that initial discussion was that while the city had a maximum for temporary signs in terms of size, in both an individual size and cumulative, there was concern that people were placing too many signs on their property and resulting in visual clutter. So in response to that, the proposed ordinance is a very focused ordinance. It is simply proposing a 5-foot spacing requirement between temporary ground-mounted signs. So if you have one temporary sign, the closest next one would be 5 feet away. No other regulations are proposed for change. Just as a reminder, the other regulation that exists in the existing code is a maximum of 16 square feet per temporary sign and 80 square feet cumulative sign area on a particular parcel. And with that, we believe that we've addressed your concern and we're recommending adoption of the proposed ordinance.
Awesome. Thank you, Kim, for the presentation. I'll add just a little bit of color flavor since I was the council member that has requested this come forward. What occurred during last election was people had signs that were larger than were allowed on their private property. And so our staff followed up with them and told them that their signs were illegal. And the way that they those campaigns chose to go about addressing those large signs was to cut them up into, I think there were maybe 6 or 8 squares, separating them enough so that they were individual signs, but yet when you looked at it, it was still one large sign. And I think the argument that I'm making is that goes beyond the intent of the law that was established in the city of Monterey. And if the public and the council disagrees with that, then we probably need to update the sign ordinance to just allow the larger signs on the property and not create a workaround for people to cut them up and separate them. So that's why I brought it forward. I appreciate staff and the diligent work in putting the ordinance together. And it will just open it up to the council at this time for questions. Please, Councilman Rash.
So, Ms. Cole, is it not accurate that the language would also be changed to include the sentence, the placement of signs next to each other to create the appearance of a single large sign is prohibited?
Correct.
It does include that?
Yes, the exact ordinance reads, individual signs must be placed a minimum of 5 feet apart from each other. The placements of signs next to each other to create the appearance of a single large sign is prohibited.
That's my only question. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
No questions, but I have a comment.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. For anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item. All right. We have one. Anybody else? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close it off to the one speaker in the chamber. And I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Good evening, Monique Caldy, resident of the City of Monterey. Those are my signs, and I want to clarify that they were not cut into 6 pieces. It was 2, and it was not unsightly. There was nothing wrong with it. If you'd like to see that evidence, I have it in my garage, and I'm happy to share. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and go to our callers on Zoom.
Yes, first calling on Ms. Beatty.
This is Nina Beatty. I was in the hearing that the council, when the council adopted their first ordinance that prohibited signs, temporary signs on the public right-of-way. And the move then was to put signs that people could have signs on private property. But the council decided that they would eliminate signs on the public right-of-way, which I didn't agree with at the time. Because these were temporary signs. And as we have seen at successive elections, signs still pop up on the public right-of-way, and other types of signs pop up in the public right-of-way, and there's no policing. There was no enforcement mechanism apparently put in this, and so it's sort of nonsensical. Now, apparently, at some point, you adopted an ordinance to say now on private property, people are not allowed to put up temporary signs. I completely disagree with that. You seem to be infringing increasingly on freedom of speech. And as the promo that you gave on this is that these are temporary signs. These are not permanent signs on private property. I disagree that you should be telling people on private property what they can and cannot say. Now, if they want to build a huge billboard, that's something entirely different. But we're talking about small signs and of a temporary nature. To me, this is a violation of freedom of speech on people's private property. So I disagree with the whole premise of what the council's been doing, not just this session, but previously, to make people's private property no longer their private property, apparently. That's all.
Our next speaker is Esther.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm speaking as the president of my neighborhood association right now, and having had billboards in my neighborhood, many residents were not okay with that. Nobody is infringing on anybody's freedom of speech. Nobody is saying that signs cannot be put up. What we are saying is that we live in neighborhoods, not on thoroughfares, that billboards are really not even allowed in our city, and yet we're allowing them on our front lawns. It was ridiculous how this last election played out in a way that we had never seen before. And I'm hoping that coming elections are going to be much more truthful and considerate of people around you. And if you want to put up a sign, nobody is telling you can't put up a sign. What we don't want to see are billboards in neighborhoods. If you want to put up signs and billboards, go downtown and see how that goes over there. In our neighborhoods, doesn't belong. So this is not a question of freedom of speech. This is not a question of anything other than the fact that the signs were not signs, they were billboards. And we don't particularly find them appealing in our neighborhoods. And if you didn't have one in your neighborhood, I guarantee you wouldn't have liked having them there if you didn't. So I support this new version of the ordinance 100%. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Lori. Laura, you can go ahead.
It took a while for your little unmute screen to pop up. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'm going to also clarify, like Monique Caldy did, that what the mayor said about cutting signs in multiple pieces is not exactly correct. The people who cut the signs in half were directed to do so by the code enforcement officer, because mainly of one resident who you all just heard speak before me whined and complained incessantly. So he had to come out and make people cut the signs in half to see daylight between them. And that's what folks were directed to do. And other than that, everyone followed the sign ordinance. It's kind of crazy that we're here redoing it again because somebody doesn't like looking at them. Well, I've got signs in my neighborhood. I don't like looking at them, but people are entitled to put what they want for free speech on their private property. So I think you're wading into territory you shouldn't be wading into. And I'm not, after reading the agenda report, it's really clear that this ordinance is not about public safety, enforcement problems, or any demonstrated harm to the community. It exists for one reason only: political discomfort, and because somebody didn't like looking at them. Wah, wah. The report states plainly that this item was agendized by the mayor request after the most recent election because some residents lawfully placed multiple signs next to one another, creating what was described as the appearance of a single large sign. That's not a public problem. That's an elected official reacting to speech they didn't like. There's no evidence before you of safety issues, visual obstruction, widespread complaints, or inconsistent enforcement that existing code couldn't already address. There's no fiscal impact. The only issue identified is that certain lawful expressions were aesthetically displeasing to City Hall. That should concern every member of this council. While the ordinance is drafted to appear content neutral, courts don't just look at wording. They look at intent and context. And here the context is unmistakable. This is a reactive ordinance written in response to a specific election to rein in how residents express themselves on their own private property before the next election, which is coming up. What makes this even more troubling is the timing. In the same breath, residents are being told the city faces $10 million structural deficit, that neighborhood projects must be defunded, and that new taxes and bonds may be necessary. Yet council, time and staff and resources are being spent regulating the spacing between yard signs. It's ridiculous. I urge this council to not vote this ordinance in. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this item, open up to the council for motion and deliberation.
Just comments.
Please.
I didn't support it before because I saw it as not that consequential for 47 days because it's a temporary sign. I think some of the speakers did address the specifics and the facts of the case. And as I indicated the last time, I assisted a candidate, Brian Perez, and those signs, when it was discovered that were too large, we were in communications with our code enforcement representative who contacted me, was actually out of town. He gave me 2 or 3 days extra to mitigate and fix the problem. It's accurate that he did suggest that they needed to be larger and they could be no larger than 16 square feet or a total of 80 square feet max. And so that's what we did. We made them to be in compliance and made the signs to be no more than 16 square feet and separated the signs by cutting them in half and putting a space of about 3 or 4 inches between them, separate on their own posts to, the remaining 35 days or so of the campaign. So effectively the new size of 16 square feet and also, the same size of 16 square feet, and saying signs are going to have to be at least 5 feet apart. I don't see it's going to be a big difference, but there is, I want to acknowledge the issue of the First Amendment rights with the property owner choosing to do what they want to do with their signs and position them the way they want to position them. So the way I see this is what we did was too large. We corrected it. We brought it under the 16 square feet. There were two signs that were 16 square feet. They were close to each other. Now you're going to have 5 feet space, and you're going to have a 4x4 that's 16 square feet. And 5 feet away, you're going to have another sign that's 4 foot by 4 foot, another 16 square foot. So what does it really accomplish? They're both billboards. They're both for 47 days. They're temporary campaign signs, and the people are exercising their First Amendment rights. So I disagree with it before as nonsensical and not worth the time and not worth the policy. And the mistake was acknowledged, and it was not a problem. We corrected it. And going forward, I think that the public would have heard. We would clarify the education for the candidate who's running from the clerk's office, and they would get the proper notice of the particulars of the excuse me, they would get the particulars of the ordinance and make that correction. It's always been 16 square feet. I think it'll be 16 square feet in the future. Now you're going to have a 5 foot sign and a 5 foot sign and a 5 foot sign. You're going to have a bunch of 18-inch by 24-inch signs. They could be at a maximum of 80 square feet. The next year, we'll probably come back and hear from the same person who's going to say 80 square feet's too much and we should regulate, and they should be no more than 13 inches by 17 inches, and they should be limited to 2 or 3 signs. It's a campaign season time. I think we need to be careful that we not infringe on the First Amendment rights of the public. And we acknowledge that we have already an ordinance that prescribes sufficient control to ensure we have public safety. Signs are not in the way. No one is seeing, or their sight lines are not obscured by that by the sign. So I don't see the point in doing this, but I'm probably going to lose the vote like I lost it last time. So that's my comments.
For me, it's just way more simple than that. It's just a cleaning up of the policy. There's obvious confusion in the vagueness of the text for our staff, for folks who are running the campaign. So let's clean it up. I think it makes sense. This isn't about saying that people can't have signs on their property. It's about just delineating, defining what those measurements are, so that it's clear for everyone and everybody knows how to move forward. I'm going to support the item, and I move to approve.
Motion on the table. Is there a second?
I haven't had time to speak.
When there's a motion, we usually try to get a second on the motion, and then it won't preclude you from being able to make your comments.
Second.
Okay.
All right. I share in the speech rights on private property concern, and I think we're treading too closely to that. What I don't want to see is staff, as a result of contention over this, having to go out and analyze whether the placement of signs next to each other create the appearance of a single large sign. I think that's getting into content on a right of free speech and political discourse that is very, very protected under the highest scrutiny. I think we're pushing it here. And I think we're on dangerous territory. And would there be willingness to take out the placement of I want to keep the staff out of this, because that's where we're going to get into trouble, I believe. And the test is strict scrutiny. Is there a compelling interest on the part of the government to intervene at all? I rather agree with the comments. There's no damage to anyone. We're getting into territory that's tricky, and I don't think staff should be having to weigh in on any of this. So I'm uncomfortable.
And so, if I'm understanding correctly, I don't think it's a matter of staff having to weigh in on this, because it's basically like any other policy that we have. The city has policies that the staff has to be able to enforce, and it's no different than any other policy that the staff would be enforcing with building code or anything else. To me, it is not about the narrative of freedom of speech, because you still get to say whatever you want on your sign and put up whatever you want. It doesn't take away what you get to say. I think it's clear that it's just giving more specifics of, okay, the person said that the code enforcement person told them to to divide their sign so it could actually comply to the policy that's already on the books of 16 square feet, so that you could see daylight, instead of the code enforcement person just giving a more vague comment of, because they could only give that because the policy didn't direct it to say 5 feet, 2 feet, whatever. It said just so you can see daylight. It defines what daylight is looking like. So I think any specifics that they can give to the code enforcement or any staff of the job that they're going to already do, that I think it helps. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Chrissy, did you have any thoughts on this one?
Just a couple of things. One edit that might address this concern is to just delete the second sentence. So it would just say individual signs must be placed a minimum of 5 feet apart from each other, and then just end it there, not have the second part. The second part is already incorporated into findings of the reason for the ordinance. So if that second sentence is creating more confusion, it could just be eliminated. And then second, I just wanted to emphasize that although there's been talk of political signs and campaign signs, that this ordinance presently and this amendment does not regulate the content of speech. So it could be anything. We're not regulating what goes on a sign. And that's very important to acknowledge that distinction. It's being brought up in this context a little bit, but it doesn't regulate the content of speech.
Thank you for your comments. And your second comment in particular answered a question that I was going to ask, because it was alluded to in some of the public comments and from some of my colleagues around fears of infringing on people's freedom of speech. So I appreciate you clarifying that. In regards to the second sentence, do you see staff taking any action different by removing that second sentence? So part of why I ask is Councilmember Smith just spoke to, now you're going to see one sign 5 feet away from another sign. So they're going to essentially, how I'm interpreting that is that individuals can essentially do the same thing, just separate them by 5 feet as opposed to 2 inches or whatever it was before.
That's right. That's how it was drafted. So you might have the word "the" on one sign, and then on the second sign, 5 feet away, sunshine.
Sunshine
came out today. You could have a series of signs that are 5 feet apart from each other, that if you're standing back far enough, sure, it might have some context, but we're not trying to regulate the words. It's just the placement. So 5 feet is not a subjective measurement. I think code enforcement or anyone could measure 5 feet between one sign and the next sign.
So I think maybe to further clarify my question, and where maybe I'm a little bit hesitant, and I do see a distinction in the second sentence from the first, in that just the appearance of that, right? So the example that you gave, the sunshine, right? Like having those signs 5 feet apart, it's still one message. It's still one sign, essentially one sign. So I could see that being interpreted in the way that it's written. So I guess I'm just trying to understand.
Agreed. But I think it could also be interpreted differently. And so just to avoid that conflict altogether, I would just stick with a concrete measurement.
And Mr. Mayor?
If you give me 1 sec, I'll do another round. So I'll make sure everybody gets a chance to chat here. I just want to make sure I get through my thought process. So I guess the distinction I'm trying to draw here is what I'm hearing you say is that the second sentence is almost not needed. So the city wouldn't interpret that any differently. But yet the context of why the ordinance was created, which is written into the agenda report, clearly identifies what the intent is. So
The intent is to not have sort of visual blight where there's a big a mass of signs, apparently, right? So I think what I'm trying to avoid here is, let's say somebody paints a picture of an arm and they split up the arm into multiple signs to have art. And so there's a hand on one sign and an elbow on the other sign and a shoulder on the other sign. You could look at all that and go, yeah, that's a arm as opposed to the individual parts. And that should continue to be allowed because we're not regulating what goes on those signs. It's just how big do you want them and where do you want them placed? Whereas if it gave the appearance of one body part, the susceptibility by leaving that last sentence in could be misconstrued. And so I would suggest it's best to take it out, but it is a part of the impetus of why it was here.
okay, all right. I'm just gonna try to move on from this for a second and just provide a response to some of the comments that were shared. Miss Beatty brought up in her public comments that we're taking away a landowner's right to have a temporary sign on their property, and that's not factually correct. I don't know if that statement was made unintentionally, but I just wanted to clarify that I think Councilmember Garcia might have brought this up. We're not saying that you can't have a sign, or maybe it was Dr. Barber, you can't have a sign on your property. It's just clarifying what that looks like moving forward. And the argument that's being used to say that we're going to create regulations around how large a sign is, that's already been established. We've already created that process. So if that's the argument that's being used to justify voting against this, I guess I would just argue why you wouldn't support just removing any sign that requirements at all as far as sides, if it's really about a property owner's ability to do what they want on their property. So a little bit more of a rhetorical question. And I'm still a little bit uncertain around maybe how to address the issue with the signs.
It could maybe be a larger gap
Distance.
between signs.
Yeah.
With maybe.
Yeah. Okay. I'll pass it on. I know Councilmember Rash wanted to jump in again as well.
Right. I think what we're getting close to is that an interpretation other than the 5 feet. The 5 feet is objective. We already have codes similar to that. But when you go into the placement of the signs next to each other to create the appearance is subjective. It would involve staff, which I am opposed to, but it treads into the subjective interpretation, which to me is putting the city at some risk for a content question. And I don't know why we would ever go there. And I think there's a little bit of vulnerability in that it has been brought as a political issue by you, the mayor. And I think that makes this even more difficult and problematic. Were there to be a question about content and a query and a problem and an interpretation, I don't know why we have to go there. I would support it if we take out the last sentence, but I won't if we leave that in. And I guess I'm asking for a friendly amendment.
I didn't make the motion.
Oh.
And Dr. Barber,
Oh.
why don't we hold on a second
Okay.
for Dr. Barber to come back so we don't have any issues with the discussion. Why don't we take like a quick, oh, I think I hear it coming out.
Councilmember Barber, I was asking for a consideration of a friendly amendment to just drop the last sentence.
I'm fine with that.
Um, so Councilman Garcia made the motion, but could I, given that we're removing the last sentence, I guess I would also propose we do a wider gap in between the signs, just to create more distinction. It's fair. People can still have signs, but I think it, obviously the closer the signs are all together, the easier it is to interpret a message being the same. And I guess there's ways that you can get around all the rules, but I think that would be my proposal. Maybe we just double it to 10 feet and then remove the second sentence. So I would offer that as a friendly amendment as well.
So mistake or not, just the act of cutting the sign in half indicates to me that there was just an interpretation of the ordinance outside of the spirit of what was really meant with the language that's included. So I just want to make sure that whatever we decide on tonight, that it's crystal clear for anybody, for staff, for the public, for the property owner, that you know what it is that's allowed. So I agree with the increasing the distancing. I'm not entirely sure that I am okay with removing the second sentence. So what was the alternate motion?
Well, I think there's two separate things. So Gene's offering to remove the second sentence and I was offering the double. There was two friendly amendments. There was Gene's friendly amendment to remove the second sentence and my friendly amendment to double the placement apart from each of the signs.
So the motion would be to increase the distance to 10 feet and get rid of the second sentence?
That's correct.
Question to attorney. Does that take, can we change the 5 to 10 and decide tonight? That doesn't take republishing?
No, you can do that tonight.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Mayor. Please, relevant to the second motion, so it sounds like the modification of a motion in a second is establishing a limitation on exactly what we want to avoid, which is the messaging and the language, which is in the First Amendment rights of the property owner that's putting the sign up. So if 5 feet is justified to say that you want to avoid the broad look that it's a billboard, which is, I think, was the original thought. We don't want to have billboards in the neighborhoods. We want to have smaller signs spaced at 5 feet. You would then have a 4x4, and 5 feet away, you'd have a 4x4. And another 5 feet, you could have a 4x4. But if you're saying it should be 10 feet apart, specifically the reason to do that is to change the messaging of what falls under the First Amendment, which is I want to write what I want to write on my mini billboards. And by saying you're going to do it 10 feet, I think you're taking away from the intent of the First Amendment. So I think we're kind of chasing something that's bigger than it really was. It was corrected. I think 5 feet is a reasonable distance, 16 square feet limitation of the sign is a 4x4, and total square footage is 80 square feet. So that still means you can have a bunch of 4x4s scattered in a yard and a bunch of 18 by 24 inch political signs scattered for 47 whole days. My goodness. I just would say, isn't this fun? Isn't this great that we get to have this discussion in America? In other countries, you can't do what you want to do. We get to do this as an exercise of the First Amendment. This is a process that is actually good and healthy, and it is not spirited with any anger. We'll land on something that's going to work, irrespective of whose campaign is next, whether it's a 4x4 and whether you're 5 feet apart or whether you're 6 feet apart. It isn't going to matter. People are still going to put 80 square feet of signage in a front yard and utilize their First Amendment. So I don't know why you want to chase from 5 to 10. I don't know what you accomplish. If you're trying to accomplish controlling the messaging, I think that's a problem. If you're trying to eliminate the billboard effect, that's reasonable. And I think that's where we should be at.
Sounds like you nailed exactly what the intent is. So thank you for clarifying that for us.
I think the intent is make sure it's not a billboard.
Exactly. So I think back to Councilmember Garcia, just to kind of clarify how he wants to move forward with his motion.
I can support it. So individual signs must be placed a minimum of 10 feet apart from each other. Period.
Period. All right. Is the seconder okay with that?
Yeah, that's taken, that has the other sentence out of it.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. So
So my convincing argument of 5 feet didn't play with you.
I think the point that you made at the end in regards to the billboard effect is, I think, still relevant with by creating the greater distance. That's the intent. It's not to stymie somebody's ability to be able to speak. It has nothing to do with individuals' freedom of speech at all.
Yeah, I think you're still going to have vote 10 feet away or 10 feet away, Ed. And you're still going to have the same effect. You're not accomplishing anything with 10 feet.
Or you can still have vote for Ed on one of them, and vote for Ed on another one, and vote for Ed on another one.
Yeah,
And
it's
you
a
can
mix and
still-
match.
And you can still say the same thing. So
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Any
don't
other-
want to, we don't want to stop the creativity of the
Yeah.
residents and the public. We never will be able to.
Right.
No,
Thank
that's-
God.
that's
Right.
the intent.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm okay with it.
All right. Are we all set? All right. I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No,
Motion passes 4-1. With that, we will move on to presentations. Item 12 is to receive a presentation on Brown Act.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to introduce to everybody Assistant City Attorney, most of you know her already, Karen Crotley, and she is going to do a very brief, condensed presentation on the Brown Act, just as a refresher, but also to update you on some new changes. If you have questions, we're happy to answer those live if time permits. Otherwise, for the council and board and commissions, feel free to call or email the city attorney's office, and we're happy to get back to you. So with that, take it away, Karen.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Karen Crotley, Assistant City Attorney. We've invited our boards and commissions to also be here tonight or to watch via video. So I want to say our biggest takeaway is we are here with questions. We have an open door policy for our boards, commissions, and obviously city council. If you ever have a question about the Brown Act, definitely reach out and ask us because I will not be able to cover everything in the time of this presentation. So let's go. The basic rule of the Brown Act. So overarching, we just have to remember public access to decision-making is the key when it comes to the Brown Act. And that's why meetings are meant to be open and public to encourage public oversight of the decision-making process. So there are limited exceptions in the Brown Act. And those are primarily going to be for the city council meetings. And we're going to have litigation, real property transactions, personnel matters. But again, those are viewed as limited exceptions. And the goal generally is transparent public meetings. Who is subject to the Brown Act? So this is going to cover the city council, obviously, but also our boards and commissions. So here we have our planning commission, the HPC, Parks and Recreation, Library Board, Measure PNS, Oversight Committee, NCIP, and the business improvement districts as well. And it's important to remember that even before you're sworn in, when you're newly elected or appointed, you are subject to the Brown Act. So some people think they have to wait for their first meeting. No. So as soon as you're appointed, you all appoint someone to the Planning Commission, they're going to be subject to the Brown Act and need to comply. And then standing committees. Now, this can be a very legally tricky analysis of whether something is a standing committee or an ad hoc committee. And again, if people have questions, they should come and talk to either me or Chrissy. If it's a standing committee, it is going to be covered by the Brown Act. So if the city council appoints a committee of 2 people to meet and discuss a particular topic, that's going to have to take place at an agendized public meeting. Let's see. Clementine. Okay, so then a question that doesn't seem that complex, but really is, what is a meeting? So that doesn't always have to be an agendized meeting. If you all just happen to be at a coffee shop, 3 out of 5 of you, and start talking about an item that is before your body, that can qualify as a meeting. So it's important to really be cognizant that when a majority of a board or commission come together, not necessarily to even decide on a matter, but to deliberate, take information in on an item that's before them, that can qualify as a meeting. So just be really careful about informal meetings. People also often have questions on teleconferencing. So under the recent amendments, just cause teleconferencing is still permissible. Depending on the size of the body and how often they meet, there's a number of times that an individual on a board can participate due to just cause. And just cause includes if you have a contagious illness, if you're caring for a parent or a child, if you're traveling on official agency business, you're going to a League of Cities conference, for example, that can qualify as just cause. Or if you are serving in the military, that also qualifies as just cause. So another option, of course, are the traditional teleconference rules, and you'll see that where we agendize the location that a member is at, and it has to be open to the public. So that's another way to participate via teleconference. Thank you. So what not to do in terms of meetings? We don't want to have serial meetings. So this is the use of another person or electronic means to develop a consensus. And this can be through a daisy chain. So a daisy chain example would be Councilmember Rash speaks to Councilmember Garcia, tells him how she's going to vote on an issue. And then he speaks to the mayor. And it just keeps going down the line. And although no one's met in person, 5 people together, their view of an issue, an item to come before them has been communicated. So that's a daisy chain. A hub and spoke, that could be a member of the public where everyone on a board goes and speaks to the same member of the public. And that person conveys to each member of the board the view of the different members of the board. So again, it's just being cognizant about what communication is conveyed outside of the public meeting where the public has access to the same information as everyone else. So finally, then we have the email technology meetings. And these days, these are the most likely violations. So we encourage everyone to use the BCC function to not hit reply all, where you're communicating then with everyone on your board or commission how you feel about an issue. Because again, when you think about the overarching purpose of the Brown Act being to encourage transparency and public participation, not everyone in the city is going to be on that email. And so you want to just make sure those comments are conveyed at the meeting and not to everyone on your board or commission. So. There are exemptions, however. You can have individual contacts. So you and another member of the board can meet and discuss an item. That's fine. You can attend conferences and seminars, and you can attend open and public agendized meetings of another body of the city. So the Planning Commission can go and attend a Parks and Rec meeting. They're all open and public. Thanks, Clementine. Social media. So this is now formalized in the Brown Act that public officials are permitted to communicate with the public on social media platforms. However, you cannot communicate with each other on an item that would come before you. So if a permit application is coming before a board and one member of the board posts on their social media account regarding that business, another member cannot then comment on that post. They cannot thumbs up or like the post, dislike it. You can't use any emojis or symbols in response. So effectively, just do not interact with another board member or council member's post on a topic of agency business. So the Brown Act also covers agenda requirements. So each item of business to be transacted must have a description on the agenda, which must be posted 72 hours in advance of the meeting. You can't take action on items not on the agenda. And I know that seems simple, but sometimes we all want to get things done and something's brought up. And that's why we say, okay, I can't respond to the public comment that just came up. It was really insightful and interesting. But if it's not agendized for action at that meeting, it can't be addressed and can be added to a future meeting agenda. Also, and again, goes without saying, the public must have an opportunity to address any item within the jurisdiction of the body. So this is the traditional public comment period. We have general public comment and then public comment on individual items. And we cannot prohibit criticism of the board, their actions. And so that's why even if it's uncomfortable, we have to allow the criticism and freedom of speech in our public comment. So Brown Act also covers specifics of meeting locations. So there's ADA accessibility for all of our locations. When the public comes up to make their comments, they can't be required to state their name or address. They don't need to say they're a resident in order to give public comment. If board members want to ask a person to state their name, they can, but a person is still entitled to give their public comment even if they decline to do so. And attendees have the right to record proceedings of any of the board's commissions or city council by audio or video. So again, our goal is always transparency and public openness. However, if there are violations, it's important to remember that there can be criminal penalties. Generally, that's if a board member, committee member actually intended to deprive the public of access. And then there can also be civil penalties. And generally, you could have either a district attorney sue a city or a citizen. And so they can seek to invalidate, essentially undo whatever action was taken that wasn't subject to either proper noticing or didn't occur in public. And then they can also face attorney's fees and costs. So just two examples here, and these are both in the last year. So Healdsburg agreed to settle a Brown Act lawsuit. Actually, I believe it was two, for $163,000. And then in Kings County there, the district attorney actually brought a case against the city of Avenal, might not be saying that right, and their city council. alleging that they repeatedly met in closed session on a question relating to the fire department when it should have been held in open session. So those are just two examples, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I'm going to jump in with a question. I know that one of the things that comes up quite often, particularly around daisy chain, is because the example that you gave was specific to the council, but that my understanding is that can also occur with a resident. And sometimes residents don't fully understand that when I have that conversation with them. Like sometimes I'll ask, have you talked to any of the other council members? And there's this thought that they have, like, I'm not on the council, so I don't have to abide by the Brown Act. So I'm just hoping that you can maybe just validate what I'm saying or further describe that to provide some clarity.
Yeah, so certainly a resident or a staff member, they don't have to be on the board or commission. If they're conveying between multiple council members the views of another council member, whether they're deliberations or how they may vote, that would be potentially a Brown Act violation. So even though the person is themselves either a resident or business person, not a public official, by facilitating the sort of distribution of information between board members or council members, that can lead to a Brown Act violation.
Thank you for that. Anybody else, please?
Yeah, and I think your question leads to the other one, which is what are the appropriate things that an elected or someone who is subject to the Brown Act should be saying in the conversations that they may have with a constituent. And typically it's, look, I don't mind sharing with you, but I'm not sharing with you how I'm voting. We're just talking about what is coming up on an agenda. But there's obviously a give and take, but when they're shopping to try and move something, a fair question is, I know you're talking to me, but have you talked to any other council members? Because you should not talk to more than myself and one other for the same topic that's coming up. And that's all we can do is to put them on notice.
Yeah. And it's fine for members of the public to talk to each of you as long as they're not conveying what another council member feels about an issue.
They can express their own opinion and it stops there.
That makes up a majority of the board.
Conveying
because they could
the view.
convey, they could talk to Ed and then come to me and tell me what Ed said. But once it goes beyond what's conveyed between the two of us, if it goes to a third, if it ends up being a majority, that's when it becomes a problem.
Yes, that's when a Brown Act violation would be. I would just be cautious because you don't always know, okay, is this person going to go talk to a third person? So obviously be cautious.
Awesome. Any other questions?
Yeah, let me just follow up on that. So Karen, you're distinguishing between sharing how we think we might vote and just discourse.
So the Brown Act violation is not limited to just, I'm going to vote yay or nay. When we go back to what constitutes a meeting, it can be deliberations, and deliberations has been interpreted very broadly. And so that can be the sharing of information on an item that may come before the board or commission. So short answer is no, it's not limited to just how you vote.
All right. And I get that. I just have trouble figuring out how a member of the public is really held to that. I understand that I am, but if I'm having discourse with Monique and we share something, and then she has her own discussion with Tyler, and I know nothing about it, and then she has a discourse with Mr. Garcia, and none of the three of us know anything about it.
Yeah, that isn't a violation as long as they're not conveying, okay, Councilmember Rash, I want you to know that I've talked to Councilmember Williamson and, we had this great discussion about XYZ and I think it's going to lead to ABC. I mean, there's always shades of gray there, but if you are just talking to a constituent and they talk to another board member, council member, that's fine. Everyone has a right to talk to their
Okay.
local officials.
So when the discussion gets to the point where, okay, now Monique says, okay, I had a discussion with Mr. Garcia, then it's my responsibility to remind myself and the resident, okay, this can't, I
Mhm.
can't discuss any further than the triad. It can't go further than that. I guess
Mhm.
I have an obligation to teach the resident.
Well, and it's important to remember residents, non-elected or appointed members, if you're not on a body, board or commission committee, you can't violate the Brown Act.
Right, that's what I'm.
It's only the person who's subject to the appointment or the elected official.
Right.
So they can go talk to whoever they want and say whatever they want. It's incumbent upon you to protect yourself and the city, just to make sure that there is no Brown Act violation.
Vigilance at all time. Would you comment on ad hoc committees?
So an ad hoc committee is a committee that would be generally of a limited duration about specific item that isn't for the council. It could not be appointed by the council. So you couldn't take action at a meeting and say, we're going to set up a committee about ABC. That is going to automatically become a standing committee. So, but they can be complex about when an ad hoc committee can even turn into then a standing committee if it has existed long enough. So those are definitely issues where you're going to look at the facts of a specific committee.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
No questions, comments.
All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Thank you
Thank
for the
you.
presentation. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Okay, I'm seeing one. Anybody else? All right, we'll close it to that one speaker and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one on Zoom. Go ahead and start in the chamber.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. Hello. It's difficult to hear. It's almost like the Brown Act sounds like a new subject to most people. And it's nice to know that you brought that up to review it. And because it seems like sometimes I notice some Brown Act violations going on. And even as far as like even posting the agendas, you post them a couple hours before the meeting and in public buildings and public settings, some of the information needs to, just because communication can't go in between certain bodies, some of the information that's public needs to be presented openly and not brought up or almost sheltered or hidden. Even like when I go into the planning department, I try to get paperwork, and half the time I get ushered out the room instead of them making accommodations and making it accessible. I seem to be getting the push out the door instead of solving problems, even with documentations. Excuse me. An example would be these forms, which should be accessible in all the offices. I had to search and dig them up in the library, but this is an occasion where if these aren't available in the offices, it's very difficult for certain people to access these ideas when, to me, it's an example of what I would see as a Brown Act violation because once again, interacting between each member, you can't do it. I feel uncomfortable interacting, but some of the stuff that needs to be remain public and not almost hidden behind doors. But thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our public commenter online.
Yes, I'm calling on Ms. Beatty and she can go ahead.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. At a city council meeting last year through public records requests, I learned that during the open hearing on a contentious item, one or more city council members were secretly conferring by email or text with staff and may have been secretly conferring with other parties as well. That is not a transparent open public meeting. I've learned also that members of the public during public hearing during a public city council meeting, maybe privately contacting one or more city council members by email or text with their opinions. This is not disclosed. It's not openly expressed during public comments during those time limits. It's literally some group or individual actually having the ear of one or more council members without any public disclosure. Both of these examples appear to violate the Brown Act. I've asked for a cell phone policy that prohibits council members from having their cell phones with them during meetings, but I've gotten no response so far. I appreciate your response to this. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. A couple of things. Regarding Ms. Beatty's comments, my understanding of the process in regards to Public Record Act requests is that we have an internal process in the city where folks that are required to abide by the Public Record Act request submits those to the city attorney's office. The city attorney's office is here to protect the city. And my understanding, my assumption is that I would have heard something if there was a violation of any city or state law. So I questioned some of the concerns that were expressed around violations of the Brown Act, because I'm sure we would have heard about it. In regards to the forms in the office, that doesn't really have to do with the Brown Act, but if you have concerns, we can chat about that on the side and make sure that you're getting the customer service that you and every other resident deserves and needs. And again, I encourage anybody that if you feel like there's been a violation of the Brown Act, I would encourage you to reach out to our city attorney's office so that we can make sure that we get that addressed, because my assumption is that if something did occur, maybe it was unintentional. And I think that we're all in this together. So the more that we help support each other, nobody wants to violate the law. We want to make sure that we're upholding the law and the Constitution of the state of California. So just wanted to respond to some of the public comment. Anybody else in the council have thoughts on this before we jump up?
Yeah, just wanted to share. Thank you, Karen, for the presentation, and thank you for bringing this item forward, because I think it's a good reminder for all of us, like you said, validation, confirmation, that kind of thing, of what we know is true and what actually is accurate, right? Relating to Brown Act. But I think it's also helpful for the public to get a little bit more understanding of how Brown Act applies to us. And I say this because in several instances, I've heard folks from the public say or assume that the council, for example, gets together to plan the agenda. And that just is not the case, because that in itself would be a violation, right? Because it's not announced, it's not programmed as a meeting. So just appreciation for the information and for both sides, for us as electeds, and also for the public to better understand what the dynamics are for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to follow up so we're not misleading the public, but the council does not get together to establish the agenda, but the mayor and the vice mayor get together prior to the meeting to review the agenda. So a standing committee of the council, it's the mayor and the vice mayor with staff that do that, but that's not a majority of council. There's no votes taken there. You've served in that position. You serve in that position ever since you've been mayor. And now I serve as the vice mayor. And so we meet and look at the agenda. And there's really no voting. It's a consensus of conversation or new information about what's the tenor of time management in a meeting. But that's really the purpose of a pre-agenda meeting. But I appreciate you bringing it up, because the public has, I think, a misperception that is not a violation of the Brown Act. That is the business of building an agenda. But there's no voting going on there.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. And really what I've meant and what I've heard from the public is that we all as a council get together to plan the agenda, and that's not the case.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
Because now I'm confused, because we're using the word standing committee of the mayor and the vice mayor, and that comes under the Brown Act. So I think that's the confusion that not only the public has, but I have. I don't know how the agendas are created. I know I have followed the governance ordinance
Yeah.
proposed for that were accepted by council, and I've gotten one through. And yet I see things pop up quickly. My words, out of order, not emergencies, not under time pressure. And my agenda items that have to do with health and safety are neglected, if not ignored. So I think and the public sees this. It's not just an issue, a personal issue. The public is watching. They know what's going on. So what are we doing? Now, I think we've strayed from the Brown Act, and I would ask if Karen would make a comment on the use of the cell phones while we're in meeting. I think that's a real interesting question that the public is also kind of curious about.
Sure. While she's walking up this way, I will just comment that there is case law that says the city manager, for example, can provide an update to two council persons simultaneously without violating the Brown Act, as long as that information isn't communicated to a subsequent person. So if the city manager happens to be meeting with the mayor and the vice mayor as an update, and the city manager does not then share that with additional council members, there's not a problem. If it is, if the desire of the council at some point is to have more of a standing committee, that can be done. And then it would be an agendized public meeting. So those are just things for your future governance consideration.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally, before Karen does answer your question, I would just reiterate what the mayor said, which is the Brown Act is a very easy law to comply with, but sometimes mistakes happen, slip ups happen. It's not the end of the world. I also truly believe it's one of the easiest rules to fix if there has been a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And so the best thing to do is just contact our office. We can put an item back on an agenda for the full public discourse if need be. So it's really no reason to avoid compliance. And so I just encourage anyone with any concerns to contact us, because our goal is to be transparent and fulfill the council's mission in that regard to the fullest extent we're allowed to under law.
Thanks, Christy.
So just a clarification. So the misuse was, it's not a standing committee then for the city manager, the mayor, and the vice mayor to get together and do the agenda. That's not a standing committee. That's an exception to the standing committee.
It's not a committee that has been formed by the city council that I'm aware of. And so it would be an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
It'll be called an ad hoc
It's-
because it's in the governance policy, isn't it?
It is not.
It's not.
I don't believe it is.
Mm-mm.
I've never seen it. I think it's
So ad hoc works for me. I mean, I think that's
Okay.
the term you would have
Yeah.
would
I'll
have
take it
used.
back,
And
understanding.
also I appreciate hearing that if we wanted to change it, broaden it, whatever, for clarification, we could.
I
That's
would-
not what we're doing tonight.
And I would just clarify publicly how this came to be. My understanding is that when Clyde became mayor, or at some point while he was mayor, he decided to not continue that practice, which I believe existed prior to him being mayor. And so Hans had proposed it to me as an option to include the vice mayor in the agenda prep discussions, and I took that, which is how we ended up here. But there was no decision made by the council. It was a decision that I made as mayor.
So if I can weigh in, I think that's one of the examples of that we should add to the governance policy so that everybody knows how we operate. But also when the mayor meets with staff, the city attorney, the city clerk, and when the vice mayor is able to attend, there's no voting there. It's staff driven. And I think there's a mystery that I had somebody actually ask this the other day of how do things get on the agenda? And I think that's a legitimate question. Some of it's in the governance policy when we you get 2 votes, you bring it to the council agenda, you get 2 votes, then it can come back. But I think that I've attended one time with the mayor for the agenda discussion, but I don't get a sense that that's a place where the mayor and the vice mayor would bring something back out and throw it in and say, I want this on this meeting. I think that's staff driven based on what we voted that's coming forward or instructions we've given to staff collectively. There's like a long-term standing, there's a calendar that they're working on, and when it's ready, then they might bring it forward based on what they believe is the timing, statutory, or council directions. But my sense is all the times on this city that I've sat on it and previous times in a previous city, the mayor and the vice mayor will basically be advised by the city manager what's coming up as the calendar.
Right. Yeah. So part of my interruption, it's been treated by the city up to this point as nothing more than like an update with the city manager.
Yeah.
And I think this is a great topic to discuss probably at a future time with the governance so that we don't get too far off the training component. So, but good questions.
Yeah, but I think it's something we should bring back and add it to the governance policy, because it's part of the mystique that the public needs to know how things come. And I think the governance policy seems like that would be a place to put it. But you had a question about cell phones.
Well,
and we haven't got there yet.
Well, and before we make that transition, and I apologize, I just want to add a little bit of additional flavor to something that you've already shined light on, which is I have not had or imagine will have any greater authority or power than the rest of the council to encourage staff to work in action towards getting it on, presenting it to the council. And I think that there's a certain level of discretion that I'm comfortable with staff having. I know, because you've expressed this before in the past, that one of the items that you brought forward pretty soon after you got elected was the Skyline 68 intersection. That's a huge thing. We have to work, the staff has to work with Caltrans. There's a lot of complexity associated with that. That problem didn't just all of a sudden present itself. It's been long coming. And what you compared that to was me bringing forward in November the policy that we just approved tonight regarding the signs. And I believe what Chrissy shared with me was that it took all of, I can't remember the exact number of minutes for her to just do the edits associated with the city code. So that's kind of where I allow that discretion a little bit for staff, because if it's like low hanging fruit, that it's something that we can get done and out of the way, to me, that makes sense. Even if it was, I had an item that's been sitting with staff for longer. So there is a little bit of discretion there, but that's not something that is decided in those meetings.
I thank you for that explanation. My residents don't agree with you. I mean, my residents are sitting there waiting for their council person to affect the goals she articulated and pass through the governance ordinance. And I just tell them I'm doing the best I can. If I'm ineffective, I don't know why. I don't know why I can't get more traction. And it is a little frustrating to see things come, before them. And so I think it's a problem. My district perceives it as a problem. So I think we need to work on it somehow.
Maybe if I can propose, if you'd like to have this re-agendized for discussion, and maybe we have that discussion with staff, like what's on your workload, planning department? Does this rise above some of those things that are currently on your workload to help move that forward faster? So I think that there's a certain level of, we have to do what we need to do to push our things up, and then let that fall to the council. I know that we're getting a little bit off track here, so I'm going to wrap this up, and then I'll let Karen jump in and answer the question regarding the cell phone issue.
Thank you. And I just want to say to the public who's listening or who will listen, this is the fun part. I mean, we are so constrained by the Brown Act. Understandably, we rarely get the opportunity to actually talk. And that's one of my frustrations is we're so afraid that we're going to be busted under the Brown Act. And we want to be so transparent that this kind of give and take that I love and really helps me understand how government works and how to get my residents the representation that they need. This you've seen the part I've loved, but it can only happen this way. We don't go out and have a beer and have a great dialogue like we just had. And in a way, that's too bad, but we do it. We just did it. So
Will you buy the beer?
I will buy the beer.
With the posted agenda, by the way.
There you go.
Thanks, Karen.
So I think you had a question about texting.
Great question.
Oh,
Public. Ms.
oh, okay.
Yeah. But I share it.
So again, it's going to be fact driven. Obviously, we've advised for years. It was the city of San Jose case that text messages, even on your personal phones, if it's about city business, are going to be public records. And so to the extent you're texting about a matter of city business, that could be a public record. Whether it then goes further and violates the Brown Act, if you have three council members deliberating or discussing an item that's potentially a Brown Act violation, whether it occurs in person verbally or via text message. The same rules would apply. So hopefully that answered the question.
Yeah, and again,
So I wanted to be able to get clarification. This is solely to your point of what you're talking about. I understand having text messages, of course, dealing with anything on the agenda, what's before us. But we also have to remember that we are actually people too, and that we have families too. And one night when I was up here, my son was actually in a car accident. And so I was actually on the phone trying to see what was going on, then excuse myself to actually go to take the phone call to handle and make sure that my family was safe and fine. So I want to make sure that the public understands that, yeah, you see this, your optics may appear one way, but make sure you get all the information. Because in some cases, we have other things that are going on in our lives, just like you have things going on in your lives that we have to attend to. And it's not that we are taking that attention, but we're dealing with emergencies only. So that can happen too. So just remember that when you're looking at that narrative.
All right. I'm trying to wrap this up because we're getting a little over our afternoon session here. Is there any other burning comments that the council needs to make at this point? Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the healthy dialogue. I think it was great, not just for the council, but we also have many of our boards, commissions, and committee members here as well to partake in this training because they also have to participate and abide by the Brown Act. So it's great seeing you all. Thanks for being here today. With that, we're going to go ahead and transition to public comments on closed session agenda items. Item 13 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956 Tech 9D1, Stronghold Engineering, Inc. versus City of Monterey. 14 is public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, City Manager, continued from January 11th, 2026. Item 15 is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 5495 Tax 6, unrepresented employee, prospective city manager, agency negotiator Valerie Phillips, continued from January 11th, 2026. And item 16 is closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956 Tac 8. This is regarding 560, 570 Moonross Ave. It's the Trader Joe's Shopping Center. With that, I'll open up for public comment. For those on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber, I ask you to stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. I see one taker. And with that, we'll go ahead and close it in the chamber. That's where we are. I tell myself that. And I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Hi, Bob.
Hello, I'm Bob Paulus, resident of Monterey. And a big thing in my heart is what's going on with the replacement of the city manager. It's something that's really critical. And as you all know, I can't tell you anything new on this, in that we have such a big deficit. We've got to look at ways of tightening our budget a lot more. I would like us to see someone that's more of a businessman because he can look at the whole economy and the effect of things. Too often, and we learn this in business, you do a little thing that you think is going to go one way, and it's all the other things that trickle down the road from that. An easy thing to think is, oh, we're just going to raise taxes on the tourists, whatever. The effect of that can actually be that you will have less people attending our city. Your sales taxes will go down. Sometimes raising taxes will actually decrease the amount of income we make. So I hope we can find someone that firstly gets along with all of you, as diverse as you are. I think you obviously all should find somebody you each like, and he likes all of you, or she likes all of you. But it's just one of the most important things, particularly as a businessman here in California. It's a very tough situation as a businessman. There are so many obstacles, little paper cuts by every single department here and there. We need someone that can help give us a little leg up. But I thank you all for the work that you do and for your great discussions. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. With that, we'll go to our public commenter on Zoom.
Yes, you can go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty again. This is on item number 14 and 15. The public was told, in the interest of transparency and confidentiality, that only the city council, the city attorney, and a representative of the recruiter would be present to interview city manager candidates and deliberating on who the council wanted to hire. So I requested on January 6th that everyone participating leave their cell phones, smartwatches, and other wireless communication devices outside the meeting room to ensure confidentiality and to keep your word to the public. That's common sense. Otherwise, the interview and deliberation are not confidential. The meeting can be listened to and transmitted to others outside the room. It can be recorded, and input can be sent to those in the room and between those in the room, and all of this secretly. I heard from one council member only, and that person said that they turned off their cell phone. So apparently no one directed that cell phones and other communication devices be left outside the room. So the meeting was not confidential, and you were not transparent with the public. So I again request tonight that cell phones and communication devices, including smartwatches, are left outside the room while you consider and deliberate about who's going to be city manager, to ensure that at least this part is confidential and you're being truthful with the public. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment on closed session agenda items. And I will just provide clarification that the closed session meetings to date have been confidential. Whether somebody recorded or not, I don't know if somebody has something in their pocket and is recording something, even if we had a rule where you leave your cell phone and watches out. So all that being said, I haven't heard anything that makes me think otherwise. And so
Additionally, our charter requires the city to record all of our closed sessions. So every single one of our closed sessions is recorded already.
true. This is very true. And there has been a recording device recording all of these sessions. So,
And I'm going to repeat something that Chrissy helped me with, and that is a reminder that it's illegal to tape someone in California without their knowledge. So we know that. And so it would be quite an overstep to do that. And I just wanted the speaker to know that we know that piece of law. So
awesome. Thank you for that. With that, we're going to go ahead and recess, and we'll be reconvening at 7 o'clock for our evening session. Thank you, everybody. Evening session for today's council meeting. It is Tuesday, January 20th. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our today's council meeting. And I will pass it to Dr. Barber to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Again.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is he back there? Okay. And with that, we'll go ahead and continue general public comments. So this is for non-agendized items that are not on today's agenda. Just to reiterate how the public comments period works is we identify the public speakers at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close it off and only those folks will be able to speak. So I'll start off with folks on Zoom. If you want to navigate your way to the raise hand function. As you're figuring that out, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on general public comments for items not on today's agenda, just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. So we have 3 folks in the chamber. Anybody else? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close it off to those 3 folks, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rick Hoyer. I'm president of the Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association. About 5 years ago, we began talking to the Water Management District about that they were double collecting the user fee and the water supply charge. After about 1.5 years of them totally ignoring it, not bothering to read their own ordinances, we filed suit 3 years ago. That court case has now finally come to a conclusion. We won in the lower courts. We won in the appeals courts, actually won in the lower courts twice. And they stopped collecting this past one, but then the issue became, you've collected millions of dollars illegally for the last several years. Well, I'm pleased to announce that in early part of March, refund checks will be mailed to ratepayers, refunding over $3.3 million from the previous year. Unfortunately, the way the state law is, you can't go back to the beginning of them being illegal. They got to keep it. But at least they're no longer charging us over $3 million that they shouldn't have. But March, you all receive checks. The other thing is what it really highlights is the need for elected bodies and boards to not just listen to staff, but use your own judgment, actually read the ordinances, because as the judge said in the court case, a plain reading of the ordinance made it very clear that you could not, that if they brought back the user fee, you had to stop the water supply charge. They chose to come up with convoluted arguments not to. The board backed them, and as a result, spent $750,000 in legal fees of all of our money, again, to ultimately lose and have to refund funds. So it's the importance for elected bodies to do their due diligence on their own and not just automatically believe what your staff or your staff attorneys say. Question it, raise issues, really understand why, and if the logic doesn't make sense, it probably isn't legal. Thank you.
Please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members, Mr. Bauman. My name's Betsy Wilson. I'm here as a resident of Monterey. I live up above Monterey High. And first, I want to congratulate you on convincing Mr. Bauman to come out of retirement. Very excited to have him leading the city right now. So that's great. But I am here because it'll be about 16 years that I've lived in that house up above Monterey High. And over the past, I didn't start writing it down when it started happening, but 6 or so years, we've been having very prolonged power outages in our neighborhood. And this most recent one was very memorable because it was over Christmas. And I have 2, teenage daughters, and there was a lot of drama in the house. We'll just say that. And I've had about a month to think about it. It's been about a month since it happened. So I have 3 comments, 2 requests, and 1 they're all requests, I guess. So the first one, I would ask that when we have a power outage that's more than 8 hours, that the city start leaning into your PG&E liaison to get more details about where they've determined the outages are happening, the timing for the tree removal companies, the timing for their crews to come back, and that you push that out to the people who've lost power. And it won't change the return to power, but the return to power estimates are a joke, really. And so it'll just help us get some sense of what we're really dealing with in terms of how long we have to keep our food fresh and figure out heating and all of those things, right? Just more information would be helpful. And those PG&E liaisons can do that for you. And I think the more you're a squeaky wheel, having been in real estate development, the more, you might be able to get them to act, if you're politely annoying. My second request is if the power outage goes for more than 24 hours, you have the sports center available for people to shower, which Councilmember Rash did organize in this last outage. But I would like that to be a standing thing. Having a hot shower would be, great. And then the third and biggest one is that it seems like every year it's a tree on Skyline and or a tree on Mar Vista that goes down. And so I would beg you to really revisit those areas and your tree ordinance and try to address the trees that are in the fall line where those power lines are. It's not that much area, really, when you look at where these trees are coming down, and you will have plenty of forest left, even if you remove some of those trees. And Monterey pines are, sort of a fluke of evolution. They have shallow roots that are vulnerable when it rains a lot. They have big crowned out tops that are vulnerable when the wind blows a lot, and they fall over. And they also have a lifespan of like 80 years. And that forest, it's well over 100 years old, right? So those trees are dying up there and falling over. And it's affecting us at an increasing rate. When I first moved here, the first decade, we didn't have this. So something has changed, and I think it's the nature of the forest. And I really hope that you guys can look into addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Betsy, I'm gonna is not here today? He's not online. Oh, okay. I was gonna say have you connect with staff, because we have to be careful not to engage in a dialogue on public comments. But I believe 2 of those 3 things that you identified have either already been established or are in the process of. So I would just love for you to connect with staff just to make sure. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And I just wanted to note someone raised their hand after the cutoff. So.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Mayor, staff, new manager, chief. A couple of issues. Once again, I continuously come back. I'm a small business owner, and it's an ongoing issue. I keep coming back because it hasn't been resolved. Is this mic on? It sounds kind of low.
But it helps if you speak loud.
Okay. So I'll start with some of the guidelines for the street vendors. I have the whole article here, and funny how in some way it's written where planning department is kind of exempt from a lot of the California rules and laws, and most people haven't read this agreement, and it's hard to find. But a part of their subject matter, one thing that I'm sorry, the time hasn't started. Okay, so one thing about the planning department is they don't recognize too well the fact of ADA grievance. I showed up at the office. Let me see, I wrote some of this down. The first time I showed up at the office, I went there to get a report. I filed a report, and a lady was helping me with the report. She was helping me fill out the Freedom of Information Act. And then Levi walks up and he starts asking me personal information questions. He asked me for my personal information. And when you file those reports, that's I can file it not on the books or secret. I don't have to put my name to it. And he requested my email address and my name. And after I told him it's not required, he kind of got a little upset. But later, after I did the report, the information I asked for wasn't complete. I asked for information on all the complaints that had come in my name, and I never received that. I got a single complaint instead of the list of them because I've heard there's dozens. So I can go back and the people that have complained, and I can argue the fact that their complaints are biased. And getting back to I went back again to get a report and also to pick up more information. And as I'm speaking to the secretary, a half dozen people come out of the back room. That's why I figured It was, as earlier, a Brown Act violation because there were a couple of managers that walked out the room, and the comment as they're walking out is, "We've heard everything." I think that was Ms. Kim Cole and Levi. Two managers walked out the room. And there was only a couple minutes before 5 o'clock. As they're walking around, there's about a half dozen of them and slowly walking and leaning me towards the exit of the door. For me, it's kind of difficult to try to manage a business when I'm followed by 3 layers of rules, one by the state, and the city came up with another project over that, this plan, the street vendor rules. On top of that, they created a third article. After you signed, okay, I'll make this quick. After you sign the city street vendor rules, here's your signature here. After you sign this document, you ask them to comply and make arrangements to have the document filled out and ready. Once you signed, they continue to make alterations, and I believe that some of the changes the amendments they're making require a vote. They can't just guide under the guise of management or how they describe it as discussion. Staff approval, that's their go-to word. And when they've already amended, I don't know, I'd ask in the freedom of, I'll ask it tomorrow. How many times have they changed the document so far? And they still haven't got it right because there's 3 layers and they kind of interconnect and they violate their own rules on the 3 levels, but thank you.
Similarly to the discussion earlier, I would encourage you to get in contact with the city attorney's office if there's concern around process violations of our own city code or state law. I would just encourage you to do that. It's a little bit hard for us to take too much action, but I appreciate the awareness. And I think for efficiency, if you wouldn't mind maybe just connecting with our city attorney's office and if things don't progress there and creating resolution, then happy to have you back and share your concerns.
A quick answer to that is I submitted information to both managers.
Let's chat afterwards. I just want to be careful to make the process fair for everybody as far as public comments. Okay, with that, did we have somebody online? After, okay. All right. So with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and we'll go to announcements from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item in closed session, item number 13, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Stronghold Engineering, Inc. versus the City of Monterey. There was no reportable action. On the second item, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, City Manager. On a unanimous roll call vote, direction was given to send a conditional offer to a city manager candidate. Anticipated appointment of the candidate and contract approval is expected to occur at the February 3rd City Council meeting in an open session as a public appearance item. The next item, 15, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, unrepresented employee, prospective city manager, agency negotiator, Valerie Phillips. There was no reportable action. And the last item, closed session conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 pertaining to 560 to 570 Monroe Avenue, the Trader Joe's Shopping Center. That was not heard, and so no action on that item.
So thank you, Chrissy.
Thanks.
With that, we will go on to our public appearance item 17, received presentation on round 2 of phase 1 poll of likely voters, potential tax measures to reduce the city's $10 million structural annual budget deficit and provide direction to staff. With that, I'll pass it to Lou for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This evening, we have Ms. Del Pupo from FM3 Research to present in person. And she'll provide an overview of the various tax issues that were polled in the second phase of that effort. And with that, we look to your council to give us general direction as we move forward in preparation of the budget and potentially implementing tax measures.
to lower this a little bit. Thank you all so much for having me this evening. It's my pleasure to walk through the findings of this survey. This data is very recent. So we were in the field from January 5th to January 13th. So it's just about a week ago this data was collected. Quickly, before I dive into some of the findings, just a quick overview of our approach. This mirrors our past approaches, survey approach when doing research in the city of Monterey, and the research approach of our most recent survey conducted in November. So it's a dual mode voter survey. That means it was available online and via phone, with voters contacted via phone call, email invitation, and text invitation to take the survey. It is a random sample of likely June 2026 voters in the city. So the margin of error on the full sample is 4.9%, but we split sampled a number of questions to compare some different alternatives. And so in those instances, the margin of error is 6.9%. I'll make sure to highlight that as we go through just to help clarify some of the data. So jumping into the findings, we opened up the survey asking folks how they felt about the overall quality of life in Monterey, whether they felt it was excellent, good, only fair, or poor. And what we saw was that the overall rating is pretty comparable. Since 2019, it's been, 86%. It was 84% excellent or good in late 2025, 86% in early 2026. The percentage who say the quality of life is excellent has declined slightly in recent months. That is just outside the margin of error. This is a 4.9 margin of error, and it's a 6-point difference there. So kind of a slight softening of the intensity, but overall, voters continue to evaluate the quality of life very positively. So getting into the proposed measures. So the first section here focuses on the potential sales tax measures. So we split the sample into two comparable halves. One half heard about establishing a 0.375 cent sales tax measure. And this language was very similar to what was conducted in the baseline survey, only because we learned some things about what kind of voters in the community prioritize. We did tweak the language slightly. We added in libraries. We added this language around preserving essential city services. The bottom half of the slide reflects the measure that is an extension and increased sales tax measure. So from 0.5 cents to 0.875 cents. What we saw was that a majority of voters support either of the proposed measures. So this is a 50% threshold for passage and about a 6.9 margin of error on each of these on this slide. And you see that the 0.375 cent support initially is at 55% with 30% opposed. The extension and increase scenario is very similar at 57% support to 34% opposed. So they're within the margin of error of one another. If we just compare the 0.375 cent sales tax to where it pulled in late November, it's slightly more support, again, within the margin of error of difference, 52% to 55%, but it's pretty comparable to where it was just a few months ago. For each of these measures, I should say, with a base, kind of the initial proposal we asked included kind of an until ended by voters timeline. So starting with the 0.375 cent, that was where we saw it was at 55%. We then followed up and asked folks, suppose that instead of going until ended by voters, this measure were in effect for 9 years. And what we saw was that overall support was pretty consistent for the 0.375 cent measure, but it was a little bit softer. That definite yes dropped a little bit from 29% to 20%. In the scenario of an extension and increase, when we did the same exercise for that half sample who heard that scenario, and we followed up with a 9-year sunset, we did see support drop from 57% to 44%. I do want to caveat with both of these instances. There is a tendency to sometimes favor the first thing you've heard. And so this could be overstating kind of the drop that there is associated with a 9-year sunset. But because we were testing so many alternatives, we couldn't also split sample the sunset option. But it does appear that overall adding in a 9-year sunset to the measure does not, notably increase support by any means. So getting into the elements of the proposal. So what we did was we asked voters about a series of ways the funds could be used, as well as kind of elements or aspects of the measure. Some of the strongest testing items from the baseline survey were tracked here, as well as new items were included, kind of reflecting some of the feedback we got in the first survey. And for each of these, we asked voters to tell us if these were extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not too important to them. And they're ranked by the percentage who said they were extremely or very important. Requiring public disclosure of funds and requiring that all funds be spent locally. So these accountability mechanisms were highly important to voters, with roughly 9 in 10 saying they're extremely or very important. We also saw a high degree of importance associated with maintaining fire services and maintaining 911 emergency response times, maintaining emergency preparedness. 84% said maintaining clean and safe streets was extremely or very important. And more than 4 in 5 felt like maintaining local beaches, parks, trails, and forests, and maintaining clean and safe public parks and beaches was extremely or very important. As we go further down the list, we see that 4 and 5 say that fixing roads and potholes is very important, as is continuing maintenance of streets, medians, roadsides, and trails. More than 3/4 felt like maintaining the overall quality of life in Monterey, attracting and retaining qualified firefighters, maintaining the long-term financial stability of the city, and improving the city's emergency preparedness were extremely and very important. 3/4 felt like maintaining city services overall was very important. And just under 3/4 said it was very important to keep trash off beaches and maintain litter control and park maintenance.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question?
Yes, of course. Oops,
Are
sorry.
these things
I was trying to go
that
back.
voters stated themselves or were offered as questions to be answered?
Yeah, that's a great question. These were closed-ended, so it was offered to them.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, of course.
In the November one, you asked about undergrounding, and in the January one, you didn't. How do you decide?
We basically looked at some of the items that were lower testing just to shorten, and we kind of took out anything. I think it was roughly, we were looking at around 60% or below. Yeah. So continuing down the list, we saw that 7 in 10 said it was very important to attract and retain qualified police officers and maintain city parks. Roughly 2/3 felt like it was very important to provide services to youth and senior residents and provide affordable housing and maintain library services, as well as prevent cuts to preschool programs. Just under 2/3 felt like it was very important to require annual independent audits. And then we also asked a series of items related to housing, both because in this survey we explored vacant homes tax a little bit more, and also because in the baseline survey, cost of housing was one of the things that folks told us was among their top concerns in the city. But what we saw was that in relative importance, providing homeless services, discouraging vacant properties, and providing rental assistance were a little bit lower on the overall list. So getting into how folks moved as they got more information. So we asked folks their position on each of these measures 3 times. We asked them the initial support. We gave a series of positive educational statements. And then we also gave kind of a comprehensive negative reflecting some of the criticisms that are common and likely to come up in the community. And after each of those kind of positions, we re-asked them how they would support if they would support the measure. For the 0.375 sales tax, we saw that support remained really steady after positive statements and dropped to 53% after the negative critical statement. For the extension and increase version, we saw that overall support started at 57%, went down to 54% after education, and landed at 53% after critical statements. It's worth noting on that one that the definite yes and the probably yes stayed pretty steady. It was more those undecided lean folks that started to kind of peel away a little bit as they learned more. In both instances throughout the survey, it was majority support above that 50% level. With that 6.9 margin of error, it is pretty close to the threshold, but it did kind of stay consistently above.
And is this assuming
sorry,
sunset?
Skipping ahead. This was assuming the until ended by voters language.
Say that one more time.
Sorry, this was with the until ended by voters language. Yeah.
Let me ask a follow-up. So when you're asking that question to the poll, the callers, how is that phrased? Ended by voters. In other words, it's open-ended and until somebody puts together a ballot measure and then says we want to end it?
So I'm sorry, I'm just flipping back so I can show you the language again.
That's right.
Oh, did I go too far back? I went too far back. So they heard exactly this language here. And the reason is we really try to ask exactly what we think could appear on the ballot. Obviously, sometimes then there are changes that come after the fact, but so the framing is exactly like it is there.
Okay, so I'm just confused by the alternate or until voters end it.
Yes.
Is that a question that you ask?
No, that's in here in the language. We say until ended by voters because we have to give some kind of duration to the measure. So this was the baseline that was
I guess
tested.
my question is, if I'm asked that, I'm totally confused because I'm going to ask, well, how does a voter end it? What would you answer to that?
I mean, we didn't ask that. This is,
You read this. I get that.
Yeah.
You read that line.
Yeah.
It's kind of a question that's thrown out there, but it's viewed as either negative or positive. Right?
Yeah. I mean, so again, I think the idea being that we were instructed to test this iteration, and because we want to test how it appears on the ballot, we tested it in the context of how it would appear on the ballot in the survey.
All right. Thank you.
They get to guess. They get to guess what it means.
Yeah, it's filled with ambiguity. But I guess that's the measures that's reflected in some
Right.
got it and said, yeah, I like that. And others said, no, I don't like that. And, it's not really a number that's very valid for us. It's kind of one of those, like, it's filled with ambiguity and we're not asking them specifically, do you understand what that means? We're just reading the ballot. I know it's polling. Thank you.
So I'm going to jump back to where we were. So just to walk through some of those educational themes that we were tested. So again, some of these were similar to ones that we had tested previously, and some we kind of added in. I believe the public safety cuts argument was a newer one that we added in here. The full language is in the appendix of this slide deck, so you have that for reference. But overall, we saw that arguments related to accountability and preventing cuts to the city budget really tended to be overall the most intense, with 31% very convincing, but they're all pretty closely clustered together in terms of their impact. And a majority overall felt like all of the arguments were convincing. Other top arguments were, so walking through kind of just summing up what the arguments are really quickly, the emergency preparedness one was about, again, preparing, having the resources to be ready in case of a disaster. Visitors, the idea that visitors to Monterey pay the bulk of the sales tax and contribute. Small impact was the idea that this will have a nominal impact on the cost of purchases. Public safety cuts talks about how the city might have to make some difficult decisions, and this measure would help fund public safety. And then there's one on funding parks and recreation services. We then explored some alternative funding measures, again, using a similar format of testing, just kind of ballot language to see how folks would react should a measure appear on the ballot. So starting with the parking tax, this was something that we had tested in the baseline survey, and we came back and tried to clarify a little bit, particularly emphasizing that this is on private parking lots and facilities. But what we ultimately saw, we tested this at the 10% rate and the 15% rate. And what we ultimately saw was that support is just under 50% for both rates. It's a little bit stronger. It was in the baseline, and it is again for that lower rate, but it's still falling under that 50% level for the parking tax. We also tested some language around a major attraction admissions tax measure. Here we also split sampled a sunset of until ended by voter versus for 9 years in the language. And what we saw was that 3 in 5 were willing to support this major attraction admissions measure. Support was slightly more intense in that ended by voter scenario. but overall, within the margin of error of one another. So this was one, I think we had tested in the baseline a more general and broader version and found that the community was not supportive, but this ballot language was a little bit more narrowly focused on major attractions rather than special events more broadly. And finally, we tested two versions of a vacant homes measure. Again, split sampling these. One was with the revenue dedicated to housing and housing associated programs, one with revenue dedicated towards public safety. And what we saw was that 3 and 5 expressed support for each of these. Slightly more intense support for the public safety framing, but not overall drastically different, but yet slightly more support. And so again, 3 and 5. And I think I know city staff will have more conversation and more direction around this one because this one may, depending on the path, may be a 2/3 threshold as opposed to the other ones have been a 50%. But that's to be clarified. So I'll quickly wrap up before passing it back to staff. But what we see is that a majority of voters consistently support a proposed sales tax measure. It is tentative. It is close to that 50% margin, but it is pretty consistent, which is encouraging if that is something that the city decides to pursue. There wasn't really a statistically significant difference between the 0.375 cent framing versus the 0.875 cent, the increased extension to 0.875 cents. So it comes down to a little bit more of a policy decision from my perspective, at least. And it does seem like the inclusion of a sunset doesn't necessarily lead to stronger support overall in that case. We do see voters continuing to really prioritize accountability. That's very important to voters. I will say, we're seeing it here in the data in Monterey, but I'm seeing it in a lot of communities this cycle that an increased focus on accountability. We do see in this polling, voters also really prioritizing maintaining fire services, emergency response times and preparedness in streets, beaches, parks, and trails. And I think, again, overall, it does seem like there could be a path forward. It does, even though it's close to that 50% threshold in June, but definitely feels like the community would benefit from educational outreach, really clarifying that the accountability provisions and this would help prevent cuts. And again, in terms of the alternative measures we tested, the parking tax is just under 50%. We did see in the baseline that with messaging, there's movement, but overall it does not start out kind of above 50%, which could create, is a little bit maybe riskier. We did see 3 and 5 supporting a major attractions admissions tax and the vacant property tax as well. I'll pass it over to staff to talk a little bit about next steps.
Thank you. I think I would just turn it back to the mayor for council comments, questions, and then once that's completed, perhaps we could proceed with the consensus voting process.
Awesome. So I'll bring it to the council. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions at this time from the council?
Yes. I want to focus on the vacant property tax ballot language. Both were asking the questions around their opinion on a $4,500 per parcel assessment if it was vacant for 182 days per year. Was that figure amount, the dollar amount provided by staff or?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was based on staff's input of asking that question.
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know that I remember ever discussing that amount, but had we assessed it at $1,000 a year, obviously the polling would have been different, but I'd like to hear from staff. Where did that number come from? Not your question, but it'd be staff. Thank you.
If the assistant city manager is on Zoom, if he could provide some historical clarification.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully you could hear me. I apologize for not being in council chambers today, coming down with a cold that started yesterday. So with regard to the 182 days per year and annual rates of 4,500 per parcel, those were estimates that we used based on what what other cities do, and we benchmark to, if I recall correctly, and our city attorney may be able to help clarify if she recalls, I think San Francisco that is currently going through potential litigation or going through the court system about the legality of vacant homes measure. So we wanted to benchmark this with San Francisco so that if San Francisco does move forward and succeed in litigation, we have a benchmark to look to in terms of number of days vacant, and also our estimates of potential revenue were based on our analysis of number of vacant properties. I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you, and best of luck in healing fast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions?
No, I'll pass right now.
Anybody else have any questions? All right. I'm not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function, and we'll ask for anybody in the chamber to stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. So I see one person in the chamber. Anybody else? All right, so we'll cut it off to the one speaker, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and cut it off for folks on Zoom, and we'll start in the chamber.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rick Hoyer, President of the Monterey Peninsula Taxpayers Association. It basically shows what every poll you do will tell you what you want to hear by and large. I question one element of it, and that is the until ended by voters versus a 9-year sunset. If I'm a voter, until ended by voters could be less time having it than being stuck with it for 9 years. So when you have the numbers get less supportive by putting a restriction on it is not normally the way things happen. So there, to me, there's an open question there. The other thing, I always love it when saying it has 50 some odd percent support. Well, no, it had 19% definite. The rest is leans that way right now with no campaign against it. Actually, I'm very encouraged by these numbers because if you move forward with these, at least the sales tax measures, we'll be running a very strong educational campaign against. And I like to remind the city council, you can't spend money for. You have to find people willing to fund it for you, which you may find difficult to come by. I would think long and hard. You have a structural deficit, no question that you need to deal with. The other thing that I've got a bit of an issue when we're calling it a $10 million structural deficit. Yes, that is true. It's a $4 million operational deficit, which means you need to find savings in your operations of $4 million. The other 6 is a policy decision to increase your reserves at a time you're talking about raising taxes. That's nothing to do with keeping police funded or anything else. You have a $4 million structural deficit that you need to be addressing. So to me, it's a bit disingenuous trying to cry $10 billion, the sky is falling. We need to increase all the taxes, which I remind you, 4 to 5 years ago, we had the exact same discussions here. 2 tax measures were put on the ballot to deal with the structural deficit that was going to solve the problems of the city. Well, guess what? The city didn't deal with its structural deficit, didn't deal with cutting expenses, and is looking to do the same thing. How the public will react to that, time will tell. But I would think long and hard before spending city money to do a tax measure. Focus on, ask your city manager to give you 3 or 4 ways to save $4 million in the budget. You haven't even done that. Don't try to come up with it on your own. Use your professional staff to give you several options. Then debate them and see if you like them or not. You haven't even done that yet, but the first thing you're going towards is let's raise taxes on the people to get us out of our problem instead of doing the job you all were elected for, which is to make the hard decisions. Thank you.
Going to callers on Zoom.
Yes, first we have Lori.
Yes, good evening again, council and mayor. Appreciate Rick Hoyer's comments and perspective. I agree wholeheartedly and 100%. Again, I'm going to say I'd really like to see people like Rick Hoyer and one of him per neighborhood on a citizens committee, because clearly the city and the elected members here don't only a couple of the council members are willing to tackle what do we need to get rid of in our existing budget rather than coming after all the rest. Okay, so I'll just get focused here because I don't have a lot of time. So the problem isn't really that residents are being surveyed. The problem is what this survey represents and when it's being used. And very much like Rick just pointed out, before the city has demonstrated any real effort to rein in discretionary spending or fix the structural drivers of this deficit or exhaust alternatives like revenues, reform, reserves, it's already testing messages for asking residents to pay more. It's just wrong. It's just backwards governance. And the city's acknowledged this deficit for years and that it's structural and it's not temporary. Yet during the same period, you're polling residents about new taxes and bonds. The city's also moving to reappropriate voter-dedicated NCIP funds to backfill the general fund, pressuring this volunteer committee to legitimize those cuts by pitting neighbors and neighborhoods against one another to fight for their projects that have already been approved, and until very recently, continuing to entertain discretionary spending proposals, including the near $1 million recreation facility, long-term lease obligations on Montecito Street in a district that already has the very underused Kona Community Center. Those are just some examples, and those actions completely undermine any claim that new taxes are a last resort. Under these circumstances, this survey doesn't feel like listening. It feels like message testing, using public funds to figure out the least objectionable way to ask residents for more money before City Hall has shown its willingness to make hard choices itself. This also matters because residents' capacity to absorb new costs is already being stretched. In just the past few weeks, all of you have received it. We've all now just been notified. PG&E is going to collect $24 a month base fee. CalAm's looking for another $28 a month rate increase. That's over $600 a year. That's unavoidable cost to every household. And against that backdrop, floating new taxes before fixing internal spending is not just premature, it's disconnected from reality. We're not unreasonable. We understand cities face challenges, but we also recognize when sacrifice is being asked of us first, while interning spending habits are remaining untouched. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just going to focus on the couple of questions that had to do with housing, because I think it shows some contradictions. So affordable housing ranked high, but homeless services, which homeless is a top issue that's always rated with residents, ranked lower, and then renter assistance ranked at the bottom. That shows a couple of contradictions. Affordable housing is so important, but then we have all of this opposition to how we can get to more affordable housing. So people have to decide and make up their minds that the understanding of just saying that you support affordable housing isn't enough. You have to understand that you have to actually make some concessions and not come out opposing affordable housing solutions. Then we have to also understand that homelessness is a problem, right? And homelessness can be prevented to some extent by assisting the renters that are becoming homeless, who happen to be the workers of this city that make this city function in a way that it can continue offering everybody the style of living that they want to keep. So the 66% of the residents that live here that are renters, they will be the ones that move away or become homeless. So it again contradicts that we want to address the homelessness problem as well as the affordable housing problem without understanding how those are all connected to the success of any of them getting solved, and residents opposing affordable housing and those that don't understand how renter assistance helps is just, there's a lack of understanding of connecting the dots of those three things. So I'm just going to point that out because some of these other things are not surprising, how they ranked and what the outcomes were. But, you know, to rank those three housing related things with such drastic responses, the way that they came in shows a lack of understanding. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close our public comment period and bring it back to the council for discussion. I know that we're going to engage in a little bit of an exercise here to kind of get consensus on a couple of different options, but I figured first maybe we just do one quick round, go through and get some comments from council, and then we'll pass it over to Lou to lead us in that exercise. So who wants to lead us off here? All right, Councilmember Garcia.
I'll give it a stab. So, first impressions on the presentation, and thank you, by the way. I think it's important, at least for me, it's important to be reminded that the folks who provided responses to these survey questions are residents. So they're real people who got the phone call or however they were surveyed, asked these questions, and the community answered. I think understanding based on the presentation how these messages were communicated, and it sounded like the blurbs that are in the presentation were the ones that were used every single time for every single call. If that's in fact how, and I'm not doubting it, I'm just saying that if that's in fact how this process was implemented, I mean, I know and understand that our community is smart to understand what this implies, understand what the message was, and therefore provide a response. So I personally think it's important that we really listen and value to what our population is saying. As I'm looking at this information, I did have a question, maybe more along, more about process for whoever's, I guess, more qualified to respond. If council decided to move forward in exploring this with a 9-year sunset, and maybe I'm just looking for confirmation, if that sunset, if we were, or a future council wanted to extend that, would that also require it going back on a ballot? Just want a confirmation on that, yes or no? Got it. Thank you. And I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Dr. Barber?
So yes, thank you for all that hard work, because I know that takes a lot of time and effort to go back and forth and working with our staff. Thank you, staff, for working with FM3. It seems to me that as far as the sales tax is concerned, whether it's a 9-year sunset verbiage or until ended by voters verbiage, it seemed as though it was, pretty much equal, not a big difference there. Noticing, however, that the 0.375 had just a few percentages overall, whether you looked at the until ended or 9 years. So that spoke kind of loudly to me. The parking tax was, that to me, that was very obvious of where that was going. And then the major attraction emission tax was interesting because it came in almost 60% as far as a yes. And so even though that requires legal review, we are still waiting on those things. So I think, some things we can't really move on until we get some of the legal perspectives like that. And of course, the vacant home tax. So really for me, I'm kind of looking at, the top sales tax piece really to be the one that I'm really focusing on for what looks like what we can do right now.
So I kind of concur with the top sales tax. As a principle, I would say, I think a tax should always have a sunset. So I lean towards a tax initiative that has that 9-year sunset, and I think that's being honest with the public and accountable. I also point out that when we look at the summary page, next steps for June 2026, under option B, it shows the 0.375 cent sales tax 9-year sunset is reported initial support of 57% yes. But if you look at the chart with the page, the 9-year sunset of 0.37, it actually shows 54%. So
Yeah, that I apologize. That's a typo on my part. It should be 54% is correct.
okay, so a 54%.
Yeah, that's
The
correct.
chart that does the yes, the no, and the lean yes is accurate.
Yes, correct. I apologize for that.
Is incorrect.
Yeah, the summary had it flipped.
So the next steps, June 26, 9-year sunset is actually 54% yes. So it's actually slightly below. Negligible, call it a tie. But as a principle, I think that the 0.375%, it shows that it's marginal if you factor in the margin of error. However, there is a history of the community. I think that we can make the case that it's defining as a need when it's directed towards the right things. There still is the question of what's the city done to do their part in accountability and managing our budget. So I think that I've got a few more questions of that of staff. And the question is that a 50% threshold? Do we have to declare a fiscal emergency? And is it still true that about 65 to 66% of the visiting public, our tourists, are actually the ones that pay most of that sales tax? So I'm wanting a little bit more information about the sales tax, or the tax measure of 0.375 and the parking tax. I'm thinking we need to land on something. I think 15% is too high, 8%, 10%, but I travel a lot, and almost every city I go to that has public parking, there is a city tax. In San Francisco is 20%.
Private parking?
Private parking. So if you park in a public lot, you pay a lot all day. And if you go to a private lot and you pay all day, you pay 20% to the city. And so I think it's time that we come up with some figure. If it's 5%, it gains us $450,000 or something. I think we need to capture that income.
Did you want staff to answer those questions that you had?
So question 1 and 2, I would defer to council, but I believe it's 50%. And the
Plus 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I believe you declare fiscal emergency as well. And
Sorry.
please.
So to declare the fiscal emergency is a supermajority vote of the city council, and also to place the measure on the ballot is a supermajority vote of the city council. But the voters, if it's a general tax, 50% plus 1.
50% plus
Yeah.
1. And the timing again to get this ballot, when is the drop dead deadline for a June ballot measure?
It's about 88 days. So your council would need to act very shortly so we can get that to the clerk and proceed.
If you don't mind me chiming in, we've identified the last council meeting to adopt ballot language would be the March 3rd meeting. We would ideally bring forward ballot language before then, just to make sure there aren't any final changes, and that would be at the February 25th meeting.
In that, can you clarify the estimated revenue from that measure?
Yes, for the, let me go back just for a moment. When we look at the parking tax, $450,000 for every 5%. And then on the sales tax, I believe we discussed, bear with me one moment as I look up my notes here. For the 0.375% sales tax, our estimate is $4.5 million annually.
Yeah. Thank you, Nat and staff. And so if I go through the list, the tax measure is my higher priority. The vacant tax, I'm not interested in that. I think that has all kinds of problems. Not going to be popular and actually can hurt us in the long run with folks that do come here and live part-time. Parking tax, yes, I think the right number is closer to 5% or 6%. Admissions tax, I think we need to get the legal opinions of that. We haven't heard the city attorney talk about that much, but we did get some information from her. I think I've covered all of those priorities.
And is the language for the fiscal emergency necessary both for June and for November, or just the April-June area?
I think it applies to every measure as it approved by your council.
I'm sorry.
Bless you.
So for a tax measure, at the June election requires a declaration of fiscal emergency. You don't need such a declaration for the November.
Mm-hmm. And just out of curiosity, why? Just because it's a primary off election?
Yeah, it's in the code. I'd have to look it up.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can recall that in my head. All right. I'm impressed that when we did Measure P, it was 4 years, Measure S was 7, and now we're down to 9. And I don't know if it makes sense to interpret that as a level of trust on the public. I shouldn't really jump there, but we didn't even require the 9 years to have the same amount of support. So it's telling me there is some trust there.
But actually, just to correct it, Measure P was 4, Measure S is 9 years.
No, Measure S was 7.
Are we sure?
Yeah, it was 7.
Andrea?
Okay.
All right, we'll split the difference.
Split the baby.
We're up to 9.
Maybe.
We're up to
Maybe.
9.
But we should find out.
Yeah, but I see trust maybe accelerating. It could be just the way the words were phrased, but we came up with this almost the same support for 9 years as until electors end it, which is the most optimistic language I've heard in the whole time I've been doing all this. That impresses me. But I agree with you that probably we're going to get more voter support if we have a time limited 9-year, just because, well, I'm told that the taxpayers want a time certain on these, and what the heck, why not? I was for the admission tax, then I was against it, and now I think I'm back toward it, because when I do the math, even if on a $20 ticket, let's say to the local theater or the movie theater or something, that's if it's 5%, it's $1. And I go, oh, well, it's $1. I know these all add up and I can't be that blasé. But on the aquarium, if it's 65, that's, somewhere around $3.50, $4. And I go, well, we need the money. We've got to get the money somewhere or cut programs. And then $3.50 to $4 doesn't sound too bad on the back of the aquarium that just made $2 million on the Taylor Swift t-shirt. So that's where I'm at right now, till I change my mind again.
Which is okay. You're completely entitled to do that.
I am.
All right. Well, a couple of thoughts. So I first wanted to respond to Mr. Hoyer's comment about the reserves. And I think the lack of past councils setting funding aside is the exact reason why we're here. there's a lot to this conversation. So I'm trying not to get too lost in the sauce. I actually have asked staff to provide some clarity in regards to where exactly this $10 million budget deficit came from, because if folks in the community felt surprised and caught off guard with this, that was no different for me, and I can imagine the same for the rest of the council. So I'm hoping that we can get some clarity on that. My gut is telling me a very strong feeling that it's not actually 10 million. And so we're going to see some maybe refining of how large the problem really is. But this didn't happen overnight. We didn't create $10 million worth of new programs since I've been on the council. And I do recognize that there's been an increase in cost in how much we pay our salaries to our workforce. Cost of benefits go up, the cost of utilities, the cost of insurance, all these things contribute. But I think the single biggest thing that has caught me has been a very frustrating experience for me since being on the council, has been how much of a failure we've been in, how much we failed in setting enough funding aside to take care of our infrastructure. I'd rather have funding sitting in an account that's potentially actually earning interest. And when we need it, we can tap into it, as opposed to having to go to voters when there is a true crisis and ask for a property tax assessment and paying interest on that. So I think it's prudent for the council and the city to right size this ship and not only set funding aside for future generations to take care of these things, but also figure out how we're going to pay for this deferred maintenance that's racked up long before I even got on the council. So to say, let's just take it out of our reserve, yeah, that does something for this year, but it's a structural deficit. So that means we're going to have to take the funding that we're allocating to our reserves and permanently allocate that to our deficit issue, which then in there again lies the problem. We're kicking the can down the road and we're not solving the problem. So I fully support the direction that the city has taken in bolstering our reserves. And by the way, if we do have to go and borrow money, this can help our rating and help us get lower interest rates. So lots of benefits to it. And I don't see us in a true emergency crisis. We may be soon, depending on what happens with the stock market. And there, I think, might be an appropriate time to tap into our reserves, because we have a kind of once in a decade or so experience that we're dealing with and trying to keep all the city services running. So the idea of taking out our reserves is not fiscally prudent. And it's a little bit shocking to hear that from somebody that is championing the idea of being a fiscal hawk. I would also offer that we're not the only jurisdiction going through this experience. We're probably maybe on the forefront of actually being on top of it and being public and having a lot of public discourse and conversation around how do we address some of these vexing fiscal issues that are plaguing municipalities and jurisdictions, not just in the state of California, but across the country. And I think one of the things that has caused these issues in the state of California is Prop 13. So there's stuff that's happening at the state level that our state legislature, our state government has failed to address. And I'll just give an example for folks that aren't maybe fully aware of the implications of Prop 13. It allows those that have owned their property, and I can't remember the year if anybody knows it off the top of their head, 1970 something.
78, 79.
Somewhere around there.
Yes,
to keep maintaining their property taxes, I think it can be assessed by 1%, 2%. And so, but then if you bought a property or the property switched ownership and there's limited circumstances where they can keep the same level of property tax, your property tax skyrockets. And so the person that we bought our property from in 2017 paid $1,800 in property tax. We're paying $8,000 now. And it does something maybe for a generation, but you create this long lasting problem that generation after generation, unless you're lucky enough to have inherited a property. So anyways, I'm getting a little bit off track, but there's a lot of things that can be done to help jurisdictions, help us at the local level address these issues. But right now we're trying to fend for our life. And that includes trying to raise some revenue. I'm completely open, and I've talked about it publicly several times around the council charging staff and looking through our budget and finding opportunities to cut, because I strongly believe that if we're going to talk about increasing revenue, that we also need to have a conversation around cuts. But that's obviously a really hard discussion. And so much so, and I know that everybody on the council remembers me saying this multiple times, I thought a good way of going about it was having a citizen committee be formed and having public discussion, going through our budget and finding opportunities to do cuts. I have yet to been taken up on that. So I'm just reiterating it for those in the room and those that are listening in. I'm open to that, but I haven't heard anything proposed yet from the public or on the council. Well, I would say from the council, anybody on council, including myself, that would actually make a substantial cut to address that, even if it was the 4 million that, Rick, that you were identifying. Nothing has been proposed that addresses that. So I'm open to having that conversation, but truly when it comes down to it at the end of the day, we're probably talking about something within the library and or the sports center. I'm sorry, Parks and Rec. Try to get a majority of the council to do something about cutting programs to our Parks and Rec and our library. Everything else is pretty essential. We have public works, we have police and staff. That police and staff by themselves make up 50% of our budget. And we got to take care of our people. We have to stay competitive in the market. These are challenging issues, and I'm getting a little bit long-winded here, but I just wanted to address that because it's not as easy as just saying, hey, just cut something. All that being said, I am open to all these, as I shared at the beginning of our card exercise when we got into these different programs of ways of addressing the deficit. For me, all cards were on the table. I think I'm generally in that same position today. So with that, let's go ahead and start this exercise and seeing where council's at.
So
we'll come back.
It's relevant to.
I understand. But if you jump in, then I'm going to have to open it back up for the rest of the council. And I just want to create a little bit of structure. I was really clear when we started. Let's do the exercise, and then we will not end this item without going back around to each of the council.
Okay, I understand, but I want to point out that with the mayor's privilege and gavel, you went on and talked a lot about your philosophy and your position, but you did not accurately purport what a council member has said multiple times.
Okay, all right.
And I want to get there. I'm okay to pass now.
Perfect.
But I want to get there because it's not true what you said.
Okay, I'm happy to have that discussion. Let's go ahead and do this exercise and we'll come back.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. It's a difficult decision when you're considering taxes, but again, this is a process. And what we're doing this evening is getting your general direction should you choose to proceed with a tax measure so that we can begin to frame that in context of the budget. And we'll be working with staff as we bring back the budget for further review to evaluate potential efficiencies, what the implications of cuts would be. And as you pointed out, the city provides core services. And I think the parks and library is important to this community. It really enhances the flavor for families and all ranges of our demographic. And when you start talking about cuts in police and fire, you really get down to the core services. Not to mention the infrastructure deficit. You're no different than the other cities, the county, and really across the nation. It's a national issue. And this is something that we all have to grapple with. Nevertheless, I understand the public comments. Nobody likes to be taxed. And if you are taxed, you want to ensure that it's being used efficiently and effectively, and it's providing the level of service that we all expect as residents. So having said that, a suggestion to frame the direction is that you go through some consensus votes. And if we can bring the next steps slide back up, and I believe you have a copy of that on your dais. And what I would suggest is that we go through all the options and you do a consensus vote on each, so staff can get a sense if there's a plurality of the council or 2 or 3 members, we can get a sense of the ranking priority. And that may give an opportunity for your council members to comment as you go around the dais. So we go through A through G and basically a consensus vote. And then the clerk will keep track of that. That'll give us clear indication of where your council is providing direction.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Any questions before we do the exercise? Any questions specifically on the exercise?
Yeah, well, not on the exercise, but one thing that we have not heard, which might be helpful for our choices here, was the question on the major attraction of admissions tax. I think we got the answer in the information from the city attorney, which was an admissions tax could not be for a single entity. That was your legal opinion. So I think that the admissions tax question is for what is the scope of the admissions that we are talking about. And I don't think we've ever really clarified how far down does it go? Does it come for private sector that rents space, in public sector, the Golden State Theater, the movie theater and the Delmonte Shopping Center, car shows? So I think I need a little help about what the admissions tax scope would look like.
And I would just provide clarity before staff jumps in. I know that we discussed the potential risk associated with going with a single organization, but I think we were waiting for legal review on that. And so that's a discussion to be had, but I don't know if staff has anything to add before we go into the discussion.
I thought maybe staff could weigh in on that scope of how far.
Councilmember Smith, I had the same question to our consultant this morning. And are you prepared to provide a little clarity regarding this inquiry?
Regarding the admissions tax?
Yes. So if the admissions tax wasn't focused on a specific entity, if it was more general, what would be a typical admissions tax in terms of what operations and venues would fall under an admissions? So would it be whale watching?
This is more of a legal question, I think. So I think generally admissions tax can be, and I think it would be defined in the ordinance, but again, I'm not a legal eagle, on the types of events. The way it was phrased here, if it's helpful to look at, is, and again, I'm trying to see if I can go back, but it's not letting me. It was framed based on the revenues of the organization. So it was basically an admissions tax applying to organizations with revenues over, not revenues, with more than 1 million visitors annually. Again, this was kind of, these inputs were given to us by staff specifically. So I'll speak to that a little bit more.
So council member, I think the decision would be to your council of which venues would be taxed. And then we would work with your city attorney to frame the ballot language.
And I think one way of thinking about it too is if there's still some general interest or support, maybe we identify support for it. Not to say that we're not voting on this final ballot language, but we're open to exploring it more.
Yes, but I want to point out that this measure that was read to the pollsters is actually inaccurate, because I don't know of a movie theater in this town that has more than 1 million visitors. I know the aquarium is the only one that has more than 1 million. So inherently in this question, it's the wrong basis of the question for the polling. So I think we can have a consensus on it, but I think we need to come back and define what an admissions tax really could mean for the city.
So I can speak briefly. We did pull in our initial baseline poll a broader proposal that included, it was just said special events and venues, and it wasn't in ballot term. You all remember it was a conceptual ask, and in that case, we did see majority opposition. And then, yeah, this more focused version was tested in this polling. So
Okay, and is the first ballot listed with the numbers in here?
no, it wasn't. Again, it wasn't a ballot question. It was just a conceptual ask.
Yeah.
It is in the prior data that you all have from the November presentation. I just don't have it in here today.
Yeah.
But it was.
Could you look it up? And
Yeah,
tell
I
us
can
what
pull
the
it up.
number
Yeah.
was when we get back to that. That's helpful.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and start? Do you want me to lead us through here, or?
You would begin perhaps around the dais with option A is does the council member support a 3.75% sales tax? And I would suggest that until ended by voters would simply mean permanently.
Okay, so for A, we'll start with the Gene. We'll rotate the start for each one.
Well, I know you want a yes or no, but what I'm going to say is I want B. So if that means I don't want A, then I guess I'm saying I don't want A.
So just to clarify, if you simply state your position on A, we'll cycle back through B again, so you can indicate your support for B and similarly for C. So you would
Forcing a no on A. That's okay.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah, okay, no.
Thank you.
You won't be alone.
Not that I'm against the sales tax. Is what
Well,
I'm
and
saying.
I would just offer, because how I'm looking at it is me voting yes for B doesn't negate me voting yes for A.
Oh, well then. Okay, well then, yes. Right. I thought I had to choose one or the other.
No, you're looking at each one in isolation.
Yeah, each one by itself.
All right, yes, A.
If it was a thing that was presented at the end of the day, would you support it?
Yes, A.
So I guess the question on this one would be, would you advocate for a 9-year sunset, or would you advocate that it lasts forever?
No,
Well,
I don't think that's the
what I'm
question.
gonna do.
No, but that's.
Nobody will let me.
But
No, but A
wait,
is,
wait, point of order. We're looking at each of these in isolation.
I
So-
understand, but clarification is important. This is an opportunity we get to do this. Let's not rush this. She's saying, and the question is A, yes or no, B, yes or no, and we'll go down the list. But it sounds like you have one that you favored.
Yes, I do. I favor B, but if we're talking about A, I don't want to sound like I hate A, but so I'll say yes to A. And then I'll say yes to B and we'll
Okay,
have
got it.
gotten nowhere.
Got it.
Okay.
I just want to
But
make sure.
Really
I'm
quick,
hearing it right.
just to add to that, I mean, basically A, B, C, and D are variations of the same item,
That's
right?
correct.
Yeah, okay. So
Okay.
So can we just have the person who's facilitating this exercise to give clarification? And then that way, I mean, because isn't
I just want to check in real quick. Are you clear now?
I've been clear from the
Okay.
start.
What clarification do you need?
I don't need any. I'm
Okay,
just
I think we're
saying,
set.
I just don't want to like
I think-
5 different people
okay,
trying to.
I think what she's asking
Saving.
for is staff could lead this instead of so much influence from the council.
I think we got it. I think we're there. So we'll go to Gino now.
for A, right?
A.
No.
Councilmember Barber.
Yeah.
Councilmember Smith.
For A, it's a no.
Okay, for me, it's a yes.
Thank you. Then we move to B.
We got one done. This should get easier, I'm just saying.
The 3.75% sales tax with a 9-year sunset.
Okay, so we'll start with Councilman Garcia on this one.
Is your mic on?
Yes.
Dr. Barber
Yeah.
and Councilmember Smith.
It's a yes.
And then I'll go here, yes, and then Councilmember Rash.
Yes.
So that's 5 yeses.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to Dr. Barber for C.
No.
And then Councilmember Smith,
No.
Jean,
No.
Gino.
No.
Guess I'm a no.
No pressure.
Okay, and then Councilmember Smith, why don't you lead us on D?
D is a no.
I think I messed this up. I'm a yes on this, and I think we go to Jean next.
I think I'm a no.
Okay, and then Councilmember Garcia,
No.
and then Dr. Barber.
No.
Okay. Can I just ask a clarifying question on this one? Because I'm a little bit confused based off of our conversations. So what I'm sensing is that the council is saying that you're okay. I think I've talked myself through this in my head. So what this is saying, based off of those results, is that we're going to essentially look at moving forward with B. So we'll do the additional increase, and then the 0.5 that expires in
29.
28. 28, we'll just do it separately. So it won't be looped into this.
That's how it would be.
Okay, I just needed to.
And just as a reminder, I think that was what the consensus we had was from the past polling. And that's why we went back and did a second polling, is when we combine it and the question wasn't accurate. Personally, I think we would be confusing the voters by advancing something before it's even sunsetted.
Okay.
Thank you. So we would move to E, and
so I think I'll start with E. I'll say yes. And then Councilmember Rash. Parking?
Yes. And do I say the percent?
No, I think we'll come back to
Okay,
that.
all right.
Yes.
Gino, and then Dr. Barber,
No.
and then Ed.
Well, there again, it's yes, but it depends on the amount.
Okay. And then we're going to major attractions, emissions tax. And then I think we're back at Jean,
Yes.
and then Gino.
Maybe.
You did that on purpose. Come on, Gino, we had something good going on there for a second.
Oh, man, the pressure.
It's real.
Yeah.
This isn't the final decision. We're just
Yes.
voting. Okay. Dr. Barber,
No.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes, but there's a lot to be added and it may turn into a no.
And I'm a yes on it. And now we'll start with Councilmember Garcia for vacancy homes tax.
Yes.
And then Dr. Barber.
Yeah.
And then Councilmember Smith.
A strong no.
And then Councilmember Rash.
It's a yes, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on something that constitutionally can't happen, so. Pending the outcomes of the court cases in San Francisco, maybe a yes.
Yeah, I mean, all of it is, but if it's illegal, we can't do it.
Well, but I don't want, but it's the time that I don't want to spend. I mean, I don't want to trigger a whole movement while this is all pending.
And
So in my opinion, we could put that off, that question off, not even ask it.
it might be something that is considered for a November ballot.
Right.
If we
Right.
get the court decision by then.
Right.
So I'm a yes, and then I would ask for a clarification as it relates to Councilmember Rash's comments. I understand the concern around the litigation in San Francisco, but does that preclude us from putting something on the ballot? Does their litigation that's currently on hold prevent us from even putting it on the ballot and considering asking the voters to consider a policy within the city of Monterey?
I would defer to your city attorney for that legal question.
Nicely done.
Blame you.
So the last I checked, which was recently, the San Francisco litigation is on appeal. It's fully briefed. Oral arguments have not been set yet. San Francisco has opted not to collect the tax given the legal challenges, so they're not collecting it. They put a pause on it until the litigation flushes out. So a decision in that case would be precedential in Monterey County Superior Court. Our district appellate court is different from San Francisco's and it could rule differently, but our Superior Court would be bound by whatever decision comes out of this San Francisco case.
And is there a different way that we can look at implementing a vacancy tax that doesn't hold that legal scrutiny that's existing within San Francisco?
That I don't know. This is a relatively newer policy approach, and it's bumping up against problems with the Ellis Act and the Contra Costa. And so San Francisco has now tried commercial vacancy tax instead of residential. I don't know if that will hold. There's also pending state legislation. Well, more of a registry now. It started out as a tax and now it's turned into a vacant commercial space registry. I don't know if that bill is going to pass. It's a Senate bill. So depending on when oral argument is set for the San Francisco case, we might know something in the next few months, maybe in time for November.
Okay. I think we got through everything.
It will be very helpful. We appreciate your council's participation in this exercise. And what I think we can see is that there's clear support for the 0.375 sales tax with a 9-year sunset. The other, there was some opposition, but we can go ahead and further evaluate the other proposed measures that got support, and your council may decide that that's something that would be considered in the November timeframe, potentially in June if we get a clear legal path.
Did just to clarify, did all of these need to have 4/5 vote in order to get on the June ballot?
I believe so. Yeah,
Okay.
they're on taxes.
Okay. And so can you, Lou, could you just go through the ones that had 4/5 support from council, just so that we're clear with the public in regards to which ones we're looking at moving forward?
I think I would defer to the clerk to give us a more accurate.
Okay. And I will be watching the video again before this goes in the minutes. But what I got was that for option B, we had 5 yeses. For option E, 4 yeses and 1 no. So that would meet that threshold. And then option F, 4 yes, 1 no. And option G, 4 yes, 1 no.
And I'm sorry, what was the one before F? The yes?
E was a parking tax.
Okay, so we have the 0.375 cent sales tax with a 9-year sunset, the parking tax, the major attractions emissions tax, and the vacant homes tax are things that we haven't decided on as a final decision, but looking at more. Let's do a last round for final comments from the council, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, so you want to start with me?
Please.
Staff might find it helpful if the council answers some of the nuances of what they would be coming back for. For me, on E, a parking tax, 15% is too high. I think 10% may be too high as a start. I would be interested to know, and you could do the easy math. I land on trying to raise $500,000, so that's why I'm saying 5 or 6%. But I would like to know, rather than just picking a number, what does that look like when we compare to other municipalities within 150 miles of us? So that's one of the questions I would have for staff. And I think the attorney wants to chastise me, so I'll listen.
No. Never, Councilman. No, I'm actually
I'm actually used to it, so go ahead.
No, I would never do that. I am just requesting, because it's a tight, our next meeting's going to be in February, and usually agenda reports and everything are already due through the queue by now. And so if this drop dead deadline is March 3rd, I really don't know how. I mean, I'll do whatever I can, but this means 4 different resolutions with ballot questions, 4 different ordinances, running the ordinances through the State Department of Finance for approval. Like, if this can't happen, like, super quickly. I mean, if you really think we're going to put 5 on the ballot, we will do whatever it takes to get it done, or 4 on the ballot. But if there's any inclination that some of these might hold off until November, I would just ask for that consideration given our crunch. But I do think I can get outside counsel to help us with some of this if there really is a motivation to just have it all drafted. But tax measures are tricky, and they're not things you want to screw up.
So can I give a little framework of my thinking? I think we should wait on the vacant homes tax. I know there's an interest on the council, but there's a legal question, so why rush it? Get the legal guidance, have to let that resolve itself, and then we can argue about whether mine's a hard no, you have a hard yes. The majority vote on the council will prevail, but I don't think there's any hurry to do that one. I think that one should just wait for the legal. Also, the other, the major attractions admissions, that one's going to be complicated. However, it does require legal review. I think it's probably a little more focused because the council was interested in all the attractions of admissions. And then the other one is on the parking tax. When I ask for some kind of a survey, I'm not asking for 27 municipalities with a spreadsheet of locations of where the parking is. I mean, this is just a Kentucky windage. What is San Jose? What is San Francisco? What is San Luis Obispo? What is Santa Barbara? Just as a frame of reference, tell me if I'm completely out of my mind at 5 or 6%, because everybody else is at 20%. So I just want a comparative. That's just kind of my preferences.
Okay. Anybody else?
Oh.
Please.
Last comments, right?
Yep.
I think we should give very clear direction to staff to start on the 0.375 additional tax for 9 years. I think we should.
Yeah.
It's a soft no on the vacancy tax, because I don't want the work to begin on the part of staff. I don't want to spend staff money, staff time on the vacancy tax until it's a lot clearer. And I think we should begin some kind of work on the admission tax. I appreciate we might not be ready by April, but get it ready definitely by November.
Yeah.
That's going to be complicated.
Could I ask a clarifying question? And I don't know if Nat may be the best person to answer this just because of how engaged you've been here. But what were we anticipating thinking about putting on the November ballot, just for perspective, so that we're not overtaxing, pun intended? No? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cracked myself up. November ballot.
We did that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was hoping that Nat maybe could speak to kind of what that was. I'm assuming Measure P, Measure S is one.
That's correct. It was, we talked about definitely going for a renewal of Measure P and S in November. The other consideration council hasn't discussed yet, and we were hoping to discuss actually next week, is there an appetite for a ballot measure for the public safety facility and a bond measure, if that's the avenue that we'd like to explore? There's, of course, other tax options, but those were the top 2 on staff's list.
Okay.
For November.
Yeah, please.
I'll finish then.
Yep.
I do want the same information that Mr. Hoyer is asking for, because I get a little lost. We're talking about the 26-27 fiscal year. So the question I have is, on the draft, is there going to be $4 million in contingency maintenance fund? Is there going to be a $6 million in the reserves? I mean, what are we anticipating that is going to be called a $10 million deficit?
I assuming that will be a topic we can dive into more at our study session, because that's what it's going to be focused on. Did you want to jump in?
No, I just want to concur. As far as the vacant home tax, I'm definitely one to wait on that, because I don't like to jump in before the legal pieces are settled. So I do want to wait on that, but I do agree with my colleague that B should be able to give direction to go forward on, because that was a very there was a consensus that was
It was unanimous.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, so I had a similar question or the same question actually about thinking about strategy, what to put on the ballot. So I wonder if maybe as we move forward, there's maybe any additional thoughts around that. Anything else that might come up that might guide us in one way or another, but that's part of the process. That's it.
So again, we come up with ballot language that details this would be a general fund revenue source for city services. And then,
sorry, actually, I wasn't as clear, just in terms of what measures would be on the ballot, right? Just thinking about it strategically.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for November. And that's,
again, we can begin to frame that in our study session. It's a good question. Thank you.
Chrissy, does it help that it seems like there's support for holding off on the vacancy tax piece? And how do you feel about us looking at the other three?
Yes, we'll make sure it gets done for sure.
Okay.
And we could do them all. I just wanted to
I think it's important to do
right.
because I think there's a certain level of, in the end, I don't see the council putting forth things on the ballot. So I think that is too ambitious for, particularly for a primary election. But I guess I kind of want to get a sense, do we feel good about three?
And we work for you all, so you can tell us, yes, we want to see drafts of all of these and we'll get that done. There just may be other things that need to be put on pause until that work is done. If the council's okay with that, I'm okay with that. So
a question of clarification, we took a vote for these items and I think I counted that we don't have a supermajority for G.
We just talked about pulling G out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I concur that is because you don't have a supermajority, we should pull it out.
Yep.
And staff
I think
shouldn't
we already
work on it.
clarified that. That's what, when I started my comments, I said we're removing the vacancy.
Yes, I'm not sure it was clear.
the polling
Oh,
rate, like just
okay.
two measures,
Thank you for helping to clarify.
two max.
Anything else?
On this, no, but I still have some comments about some other things.
Okay.
Oh. Maybe.
Please make your comments. And again, this is, I'm actually going around again one more time. So go ahead and make your comments and then
Well, remember, I
finish
put a
up.
benchmark in to come back to it because you were saying two things, that this council had not proposed any ideas for cut. And I would say completely disagree because multiple times.
Let me just clarify. I didn't say nothing to cut. I said anything significant enough that's going to address the $4 million gap that was offered.
Okay, that's your perspective and I disagree with that.
Okay.
And let me finish and I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I've said multiple times, when you have a deficit, whether it's 1 million or 10 million, and you have an organization with a $200 million budget, the first place you start is programs and personnel. We have programs that I've said twice that I believe that we should strongly consider sunsetting and do no more. Rental registry and rental assistance. Those have personnel behind them. If you eliminate those programs, you have personnel that are no longer working in those programs and they can shift to some other vacancy. That's hardcore dollars that account towards your deficit. We have north of 50 positions that are funded and unfilled. We haven't talked about those positions yet. Staff hasn't presented that list yet, and I hope we get there in the study session. We have funded and salary savings that is considerable amount. We need to know what that amount is, and we need to know what those positions are that should not be refilled. In light of a deficit funding, that's how you drop the deficit this year and years beyond. It's positions and it's programs. Yes, we can raise money, but structurally, we need to cut the size of the budget, and that's programs and personnel. And I've said that multiple times. You made it sound like nobody's ever talking about that. So those programs, I think we should seriously consider setting them aside or pausing them and stop spending the money for those programs. And you put the personnel behind those programs combined, you may be nearly at $1 million. And then you have funded positions that are vacant. If we have 10 or 12 of those positions that are not filled, or we consolidate, or we contract, you may have another savings of $4 million. We need to know those numbers. And that's exactly what Rick was talking about. We're doing the exercise for revenue. We haven't done the exercise for what we cut. And you were lecturing us all and making it sound like it's all difficult decisions and that nobody has made any suggestions. I'm just saying that's not true. I've made those suggestions multiple times. And other members of the council have their thinking on the same topics. We just haven't got there yet. And I'm hoping that the study session will allow us to do that.
Okay, so thank you for your comments. I fully stand by the comments that I said earlier because they're consistent with what I'm about to share. The rental inventory program, last I checked in with Hans before he left, was going to be revenue neutral. We did pay a little bit out of our general fund for it, but it makes money. It pays for it. It's essentially paying for itself. But in the first year, when implementing it, there was some flux.
Deficit.
So that's why we saw the deficit in that fund. So moving forward, that doesn't really address our $10 million budget deficit. Then you're talking about the rental assistance program, which I would offer. You're attacking a program that specifically benefits some of the most vulnerable people in our community, and it's only $250,000. We didn't add any positions associated with that. We're stretching the staff that we had. There was no positions added associated with that. So there's no positions being lost there. So again, we're back at this point where even if we talk about the rental assistance program, out of all of that you said, that's not even half of the $4 million figure that Rick was suggesting. And so if that's your high ticket item of suggestion of a cut, anything from there is going to be low. So we're not really getting to that figure, which is back to the point that I was trying to make. And there's nothing substantial that anybody suggested on the council. The other items that you bring up as it relates to our staffing positions, staff proposed those in the card exercise. Those weren't ideas that came from the council. And we know that staff is working on that in the background, and we'll consider that. One of the things that's important to note, though, is that even if we talk about freezing some of those positions for next year's budget, some of these positions can't be frozen long-term. And this is what staff shared, because now we're putting a greater onus and workload on the remaining staff when we should really be fully staffed. So we have to be careful with that. And so in as much as that can help address the issue, I would have us be a little cautious around that to not over impact their staff that's remaining, to just try to slim for the sake of slimming.
But you violated one of the principles of budgeting because you're not thinking about the positions that are working in two programs. I don't want to talk about cutting positions, but I want to talk about redeploying a different way to do the rental assistance. Maybe staff shouldn't do it. We could have United Way do that. It would be less of a cost to administer the program. We might want to consider having less people in that department because we no longer have as many programs. That's where your savings comes from.
Okay.
When you eliminate programs, you have to associate the people tied to that. And that's where your savings comes from.
I think my point is still the same in that it doesn't do anything towards getting us to the numbers that we need, but I think we can just maybe
it's
agree to disagree.
We have a different perspective, and
100%.
I have a lot of experience in managing budgets and having to hone programs to be redefined and finding a different way that's going to cost you less in a lot of programs. I think that we have not yet gone through the exercise. We're going to get there. It's difficult to talk too much in great detail when we're talking about personnel and programs, But if we don't get there, we are not solving year 2, 3, and 4 and beyond in a structural deficit. Because the money that comes in will have diminishing impact within a short period of time. The structural deficit is all about spending less. And the way you spend less is you have less programs and you have less personnel that administer those programs. That's fundamental to
100%.
every budget.
Well said. I think we will, like you said, we'll get to this discussion at the closed session agenda. I'm sorry, the study session. It will be a robust discussion, and I hope that we're able to move the needle on that expenditure side. Thank you, staff, and to our consultant for the work in going out a second time for this ballot initiative and doing the polling. I'm excited for next steps, and I think staff has some clear direction for us, so we look forward to continuing the discussion there. With that, we will move on to council comments.
Betsy Wilson was here and gave me some credit for the idea of opening the sports center, but it was Dave Holberg's. I mean, I was in on it, but talking and talking and talking, and we got the sports center open, but it was mainly the assistant city manager, Dave Holberg.
He was actually the acting city manager at that point in time, so
he was the boss.
He was the boss, and he did a great job while he was at it. So,
that's all.
K-Mass? Anybody else?
Yeah, just a couple things. In keeping with some of the information, we know that we get after the fact, it's the folks, we all got emails during the storm, PG&E outages, there's a lot of confusion. Some people.
Your mic?
Some people could not even get internet or check their phones. Obviously, everything shuts down. Two things I think that we should set as goals and priorities, and staff can take it from here. I think we need to have a little bit more education in terms of self-sufficiency and what do you do in an emergency, and get back to this concept of plan on self-sufficiency for 36 hours in the event of an emergency that's worse than what we already had. Medical responders, police and fire are going to have a difficult time responding to 13,000 homes in Monterey in the event of a significant earthquake or other calamity. So I think an education program that would sufficiently start to address some of that. And then also, I think Lori Hugela did an outstanding job working with our assistant city manager, acting, and police chief who was in the helm during that emergency. And I think we saw a lot of what was happening, but I think maybe having Lori come and do a presentation to the public that talks about what are the things behind the scenes that happen that the public might not know, so we can increase the level of confidence. I still get the feeling that there's some public that was thinking we all were not answering our phones and emails and that city staff was off on the holiday. Not true. Staff was working 24/7 and doing a lot of things behind the scenes. So I think some presentation that really talks about what happens when you're sleeping and what happens when these emergencies happen, and go into the presentation of the command and control piece that happens in the county of Monterey. And it's pretty extensive. And I think by and large, the public doesn't even realize it. So I think some presentations might help that. That's all I have. And Happy New Year, everybody.
I'll just add a little bit to the conversation around the emergencies during these storms. I think first and foremost, it's important for folks to know about our city website. Our staff updates that regularly with the latest information as it relates to what's going on with the storms. And so I get that people may not have power in order to access the website, but City Hall is open and operating. So if you need to come and talk to somebody in person, staff can get you plugged in to the right resources. And with that being said, we're never going to capture everybody. I mean, I think oftentimes folks don't pay attention until they're in the middle of a crisis, and then they're trying to figure it out. So I think it kind of goes to your education point a little bit, because the information is there, but I think it's also an opportunity. Obviously, the folks that are hearing this, if you have ideas in regards to how the city can put information out better, please let us know so that we can try to integrate that into our programming. And then the last point that I would make is, I think it's really important for us to just be careful with social media and what we see on there and how we interpret things. It's important to have access to primary sources and just be careful not to continue to help spin things that may not be fully true. And I'll just put out this thing that was spun in regards to the mayor of Carmel calling the CEO of PG&E and getting their power to come back on. I talked to the mayor of Carmel. He didn't talk to the CEO of PG&E, albeit some of his colleagues on his council did reach out to PG&E and try to demand things come back online pretty quickly. But what that ended up resulting in is crates of emergency supplies like blankets, flashlights, first aid kits being shipped to Carmel, one of the wealthiest cities in the state of California, that they're still sitting on that supplies, where that could be sent to folks that are really in need of that, of those supplies. And one of the things that was really enlightening from Mayor Burns, the mayor of Carmel, is he's part of CERT, and he re-emphasized the whole purpose of chain of command. And just like the public speaker shared earlier, we have a liaison with PG&E. Our team is actively engaged with them from even before the storm comes. So there is open dialogue, communication. Part of the frustration is a lot of this is being ran by PG&E. It's outside of our control. And so one of the comments that was shared earlier was this idea that more information needs to be shared. Like, where is the tree down? Having some more information other than the estimated time that power is going to be back on. Well, it would be great if PG&E did that, but they don't. And so that's what our team is doing in the background, is trying to extract as much information from PG&E as possible so we can put it on our website and share that with the community so that they have some more information. So I think let's try to maintain our structure and help support each other so that we don't confuse things too much, and all work together towards addressing these things. And then last thought is, there's definitely a now in the crisis moment response, which is why I'm trying to solicit different ways that we can communicate the message and information. But there's also a long term. And so one of the things that was brought up earlier is our tree ordinance. Well, we've had 2 town halls towards the end of last year where we solicited public feedback and input that will be coming to the council at some point. So we're kind of in the works of things like that, but there's other things long-term that we could be addressing as well from a policy perspective. And I think that's where the council's eager in diving in there.
So the website is City of Monterey Storm Center /Storm Center.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And I think with that, we will go to city manager report. Oh, did you have something? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. You stole my thunder. I was going to talk about what a great job your staff did during those storm events. My previous position was also ex officio director of emergency services for the county. So I've seen a lot of disasters, and this job started with a disaster. So
we didn't do it to you intentionally, Lou.
I'll tell you, honestly, I was extremely impressed with your teams, your police chief, acting city manager, your assistant city manager, the PIO, public works, parks, fire, just an incredible response all night long. Activated the EOC, are out there in the streets. We live in the neighborhoods. We saw the trees. We saw the magnitude. We had a follow-up meeting with PG&E, a very good meeting. It was quite an eye-opener seeing what they're dealing with across the state. And the Monterey Peninsula was, they presented a geographical information graphic showing the number of trees, literally hundreds of trees down. And it's, the fog of war for them because they're dealing with that in San Jose, Santa Cruz. They're bringing in crews from out of state. It really gave an appreciation for the complexity and the difficulty of dealing with this. And as they're proceeding with repairs, another tree would fall down. So they have to ensure the safety of their workers. And our hats go off to their workers and contractors as well. Also wanted to let you know that our library lockers were open today. And it's sort of like an Amazon locker where you can drop off, where you can pick up your holds and drop off books. And those locations are the Sports Center and Montecito Park Fire Station 13. So hopefully we'll get more of those out. And we also staff opened up the First City Academy spring cohort, and they received 47 applications in 11 days.
Wow.
So that's going to be, a line of folks waiting to get into the academy. So I compliment your council on approving that program.
Could you remind us when it starts?
It starts, let's see, is it March? I'd have to confer with staff.
Yeah, sometime in March.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for indulging the consensus exercises this evening. And we appreciate your council's direction.
Thanks, Lou. You survived your first Monterey City Council meeting, so hopefully you come back tomorrow. Awesome. All right. With that, thank you, everybody. Have a great evening. Go ahead and adjourn.